Chapter 2253. The next day, the grand tournament of Holy Lands began. The disciples of the Holy Land of Taichu and the Palace of Darkness gathered in the central square of the Holy Land of Taichu. The square was boundless, and the ground was extremely hard. It was covered with powerful restrictive formations. Even a sage would need to expend a lot of effort to destroy the ground here. In the center of the square stood a giant tower that stood between the sky and the earth. It exuded unparalleled divine power and was filled with endless law information. This giant tower was the demon-subduing pagoda. All the disciples of the Holy Land arrived near the demon-subduing pagoda. No matter what their cultivation level was, they all felt as if they had seen the end of the Tao and a supreme existence. This giant tower was surrounded by almost complete laws of the universe, as if it was a universe itself. Even if a wisp of its aura leaked out, it would be enough to kill everyone present. Oh my God, this is a divine artifact. This is the dream of all magic treasures. Green Ox and Corinne, who were on Xia Ping's body, were also roaring excitedly as if they had seen their ultimate idol. The demon-subduing pagoda in front of them was an existence that surpassed the imagination of all magic treasure spirits. It was like ordinary people seeing an invincible sage. This was an existence that stood at the peak of the universe, a true overlord of the universe, invincible and the end of all cultivators. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't excited and agitated. This is a divine artifact. Xia Ping narrowed his eyes and looked up at the demon-subduing pagoda in the distance. Although he had vaguely seen it when he was in the illusion realm, he could not see it as clearly as now. He could clearly sense that this demon-subduing pagoda contained complete laws of the universe. It was surrounded by chaotic airflows and could communicate with the origin of the universe at all times. It seemed that no matter what power was used, it could not break the defense of the demon-subduing pagoda. Fighting against the demon-subduing pagoda was like fighting against a universe. He deeply felt the power of a divine artifact. No wonder it was the treasure of the human clan. If he had any magic treasures that could compare to the demon-subduing pagoda, it would probably be the Hell Spear and the Reincarnation Pen. Unfortunately, their power was sealed and could not compete with the power of the demon-subduing pagoda. At that moment, wormholes opened up in the depths of the void. Following that, majestic figures walked out. These people were human sages. They were densely packed, and there were at least 1,000 of them. Among them were a few sage-like old men who exuded an overwhelming aura. It was as if they were worlds themselves, constantly resisting the laws of the universe. These old men were the human ancestor-level overlords of the universe. Xia Ping looked around and found a familiar figure standing next to these human race patriarchs. It was obviously his master, Dark North Saint. He had also appeared in this place. The grand tournament of Saint Lands had attracted the attention of many saints. Many disciples of the Holy Land of Taichu and the Palace of Darkness were extremely excited. They didn't expect so many sages to appear in this competition. This was simply the best opportunity for them to make a name for themselves. If he could gain the recognition of an ancestor, it would be a shocking, fortuitous encounter. The main content of this grand tournament of Saint Lands is to challenge the demon-subduing pagoda. You're not allowed to use any magical treasures, single-use talismans, or other auxiliary methods. You're only allowed to use your own magical powers. At this moment, a sage elder spoke. If anyone is seriously injured or chooses to surrender, you will be immediately teleported out of the demon-subduing pagoda. Every time you kill a demon, you will be awarded a corresponding amount of points according to its strength. You will also be awarded points for passing through a level of the demon-subduing pagoda. The entire demon-subduing pagoda is covered by the universe virtual network. It is constantly monitored, so you don't have to worry about the points being calculated incorrectly. Alright, let's cut the crap. Go in and fight hard. The higher your points, the more rewards you will receive. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand. With a loud bang, the demon-subduing pagoda shook and a ball of light descended from the void, covering the entire square and every disciple of the Saint Lands. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In the next second, all the disciples of the Saint Lands, including Xia Ping, were instantly teleported into the world of the first level of the demon-subduing pagoda. Everyone in the square disappeared without a sound. Only the sage elders were left in the square. Who do you think will get first place in this grand tournament of Saint Lands? I think Zhang Ruishuan has a high chance of winning. He has the 7 orifices, exquisite body, extraordinary comprehension and combat power. He even fought a sage in the early stage of the immortal realm before and escaped easily. Apart from the fact that he doesn't have an immortal body, his combat power is no less than a sage in the early stage of the immortal realm. He is extremely powerful. No. In terms of combat power, Che Guangliang from the Palace of Darkness is stronger. He comes from the Palace of Darkness and has 3,000 space doppelgangers. Each doppelganger has 80% of the original strength. Who can stop him? He is the true son of space. He has a certain chance of becoming an ancient sage, or even an immemorial sage. Che Guangliang is indeed extraordinary. However, in terms of actual combat power, Huang Yong is still stronger. He has half an immortal body. As long as he is still breathing, he can continuously recover from his injuries. This time, there will be many demons and ghosts in the demon-subduing pagoda. In terms of survival power, Huang Yong has a higher chance of passing through all 10 levels of the demon-subduing pagoda. Indeed, in terms of survival power, Huang Yong is indeed extraordinary. Many sages were talking about it. No, you have said so much, but there is still one person missing. That person is Xia Ping, the last disciple of Brother Darknorth. This person is quite powerful. His soul power is beyond imagination. He is a natural-born master of illusion. At this time, an elder of the sage said, when he first joined the holy land of Taichu, he was only at the peak of the Dharma plane, but he could easily suppress a group of inner disciples of the holy land of Taichu. Now, after a year of secluded cultivation, he has probably advanced to the Thunder Tribulation realm. His strength has improved by leaps and bounds. I think he has a certain chance of winning. After all, the power of an illusion master is not to be underestimated. He mentions Xia Ping's name. Is there such a thing? Brother Darknorth, what do you think? Many sages looked at Saint Darknorth. They all had great respect for this new invincible sage. Moreover, Xia Ping was his last disciple, which made him even more valued by all the sages. In the universe, the relationship between a master and a disciple was sometimes deeper than the relationship between parents. After all, in the long years, parents would decay and die because of the passage of time. However, the master of a sage would live forever and accompany him often. Naturally, the relationship between the master and the disciple would be special. Xiaoyao Ancestral Master Kong Kong, and other human ancestral masters all looked at Saint Darknorth. They were also very interested in this disciple of Saint Darknorth. They had more or less heard of Xia Ping's name. Let's wait and see. Although my disciple has some skills, he is still too young. Let's see how many levels he can pass. It would be good if he can reach the 8th level. Saint Darknorth smiled slightly. Chapter 2254. The first floor of the demon-subduing pagoda. All the disciples of the Holy Land of Taichu and the Palace of Darkness had entered. The first floor of the demon-subduing pagoda was extremely vast, with a diameter of more than billions of light years. Therefore, even if all the disciples of the Holy Land entered, it was almost impossible to meet each other due to the large area. Each disciple even had their own passageway. As long as they could kill the demons in this passageway, they could go all the way to the highest floor of the demon-subduing pagoda. With a whoosh, Xia Ping's figure flashed. He entered the first floor of the demon-subduing pagoda and immediately found that although this was only one of the passageways, it was actually extremely vast, like the surface area of an ordinary planet. Many powerful demons were imprisoned in this place. In fact, each passageway was equivalent to a small world in a cage. Rumble, the moment Xia Ping appeared in this space, it was like a stone stirring the surface of a lake, setting off huge waves and attracting the attention of all the demons in this cage world. This aura, it's a human has entered this place. Damn, this human must be here to train. Bastard, damn human, How dare they imprison us and make us their training targets? Kill him, kill this human immediately. He still wants to hone his cultivation? It's just wishful thinking. Today, this human genius will die and make the human race regret letting him in. Kill him immediately. Cut him into 8 pieces. Kiki, I haven't tasted human flesh for a long time. This time, I must eat him, even his bones. From the depths of the dark space came rolling sound waves, containing the roars of countless demons from the abyss. They had been imprisoned in the demon-subduing pagoda for too long, without any freedom, no way out, and not even food. There was only nothingness. Therefore, they hated the humans who imprisoned them in the demon-subduing pagoda to the bone. Once someone broke into the demon-subduing pagoda, they would immediately become the target of their anger. Moreover, they also knew that they could not get out, so they were not afraid of death. As long as they could drag a human down with them, it would be a great gain. One could imagine how dangerous this trial would be. All the demons and ghosts were not afraid of death. If there was even the slightest bit of carelessness, they would probably be killed by them. In the face of these demons' roars, Xia Ping's expression was very calm. This was because the demons imprisoned on the first level of the pagoda were of average strength and were no match for him at all. At most, they were only at the peak of the Dharma stage. Ordinary disciples of the Holy Land of Taichu could easily break through, let alone him. Xia Ping calmly glanced at the incoming abyssal demons. With just a glance, with his body as the center, a huge illusion domain formed within a radius of 10 million kilometers. Waves of tyrannical spiritual energy spread out in all directions, covering every nook and cranny, almost solidifying. Boom, no matter how strong the demons and ghosts were, as long as they came into contact with this powerful psychic wave, they would all faint, and some even had their souls shattered. They couldn't withstand such terrifying spiritual pressure at all. With a few thuds, Xia Ping walked along the way. Everywhere he went, all the abyssal demons fell like logs. They couldn't even get within a kilometer of his body. Some of the weaker demons were directly shocked to death, their entire bodies shattered, and their souls destroyed. In just a few breaths, he easily passed through the first level of the pagoda of trials and reached the end of the passage. There was a huge door of light at the end, which was the door to the second level of the pagoda of trials. Xia Ping did not hesitate and immediately stepped into the second level of the pagoda of trials. In fact, not only the second level of the pagoda of trials, but he also easily passed through the third, fourth, fifth, and sixth levels of the pagoda of trials without breaking a sweat. Every level of the pagoda of trials was like a leisurely stroll, and no demons could pose a threat to him. And the points he obtained also rose rapidly. They were immediately sent to the score list, and he directly reached first place. Everyone in the Holy Land saw it. Damn, what the hell is going on? How can this freak be so fast? How long has it been? He actually reached the 7th level of the pagoda of trials. Yeah, Che Guangliang, Sun Jiexing, and the others are still struggling on the 5th level, but he actually reached the 7th level. Are those demons really made of mud? They died too quickly. Is this kid going to suppress everyone and get first place this time? Impossible. Stop dreaming. This kid is a new disciple. How can he get first place? That's right. This kid passed so quickly probably because he's an illusionist. He can hypnotize thousands of terrifying demons with a thought. He's invincible against low-level demons, but it's different against powerful demons. They might not fall for his illusions. Indeed, he's just a little fast at the beginning. When he reaches the 7th and 8th levels, this kid will know how terrifying the pagoda of trials really is. Ordinary people at the peak of the thunder tribulation state can enter the 7th level of the pagoda of trials, geniuses can enter the 8th level, and geniuses can enter the 9th. Geniuses like Che Guangliang can probably enter the 10th level. It's already good enough that this kid can enter the 9th level. As for comparing him with geniuses like Che Guangliang, it's impossible. Indeed, there are already immortal realm demons on the 10th level of the pagoda of trials, and they're in groups. Even a peerless genius like Che Guangliang can't resist them for too long. Just wait and see. Xia Ping will soon show his true colors. He's just joined the Holy Land of Taichu and Palace of Darkness, and he wants to suppress us senior brothers. That's impossible. Many disciples of the Holy Land of Taichu and the Palace of Darkness also saw the score rankings through the virtual network. They immediately discussed it, causing a huge uproar. They couldn't imagine that Xia Ping's ranking was so far ahead. Even so, they didn't think that Xia Ping could get first place. It was just a temporary ranking. After all, the Grand Tournament of Sacred Lands wasn't about the speed of passing the levels, but the true combat power of the disciples. So what if this kid passed the levels faster? In the end, he still wouldn't be able to pass the 9th level of the Pagoda of Trials. Even so, they were extremely anxious. They were senior brothers who had joined the Grand Tournament many years before this kid, but now they were being surpassed by a junior brother. It was too embarrassing. Especially Che Guangliang, Sun Jiexing, and the rest who saw this speed of breakthrough, their faces turned extremely gloomy. They increased their speed of passing the levels. They definitely couldn't let Xia Ping take the lead. Chapter 2255. At this moment, the sages outside the demon-subduing pagoda also saw this scene, and they could also see the scene of Xia Ping and the others passing the levels, so they saw more than the other disciples. Impressive! Xia Ping broke through the levels so fast that Che Guangliang and the others can't catch up with him at all. It can't be helped. He's an illusion master, born with powerful soul power. He's an expert in group battles. Even if all the abyssal demons attack together, they won't be a match for him. Indeed. With just a thought, these demons fell into the illusion. How can they resist? If this continues, will Xia Ping get first place this time? That's impossible. That's overestimating him. Although he broke through the first 6 levels like a hot knife through butter, there are many powerful demons imprisoned in the next few levels. At the same time, there are many demons that can resist the illusion technique. I'm afraid he won't be able to break through so quickly by then. Indeed. After all, he just broke through the Thunder Tribulation state not long ago, so his accumulation is not very strong. There is still a certain degree of gap between him and Che Guangliang and the others. It's good enough that he can reach the 9th level of the demon-subduing pagoda. The sages discussed and were a little surprised by Xia Ping's performance, but they didn't think that Xia Ping could keep leading. Sooner or later, Che Guangliang and the others would catch up with him. In fact, after Che Guangliang and the others saw the score ranking, they all became determined and no longer held back their strength. They advanced at full speed, breaking through the levels of the demon-subduing pagoda one after another, looking like a hot knife through butter. All the disciples from the Holy Land of Taichu and the Palace of Darkness could see that Che Guangliang and the others were rapidly catching up with Xia Ping's ranking. They also broke through to the 7th level of the demon-subduing pagoda. I knew that Che Guangliang, Sun Jiexing, and Huang Yong were strong enough to not be left behind so easily. Now that they're working hard, they'll immediately catch up. Just wait and see. Soon, Xia Ping will be out of sight. He can only eat the dust behind Che Guangliang and the others. After all, he still lacks the foundation. He'll go back and practice for another 10 years. The disciples of the Holy Land of Taichu and the Palace of Darkness breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that the score kept changing and soon caught up with Xia Ping's ranking. Because if Xia Ping really won first place, they would probably lose everything they had. All of them cursed Xia Ping to be sent flying by the demons of the Yao Ceiling Pagoda and eliminated immediately. Some of the human ancestors were silent. Their eyes flickered as they instinctively sensed that there was something wrong with Xia Ping's aura. However, they couldn't detect it at the moment. This was because Yu Xiaoping had used the formless mask to conceal his aura and cultivation level. Even an invincible sage-level overlord of the universe would not be able to detect his cultivation level. Even so, they could clearly sense that Xia Ping's soul strength was a little too powerful. Even though Xia Ping was doing his best to control this soul strength, they could still sense something fishy. However, without sufficient evidence, they were only a little suspicious and didn't say anything. At this time, Xia Ping naturally saw the drastic changes in the rankings. From the rapid increase in points, it was obvious that Che Guangliang and the others were desperately trying to catch up to him. However, he still walked at his own pace like he was taking a stroll. The 7th, 8th, and even the 9th level of the Yao Ceiling Pagoda were just playgrounds to him. With a thought, all the demons that came to stop him fainted without exception. He didn't hesitate and directly stepped into the 10th level of the Yao Ceiling Pagoda. This was where many immortal sage-level demons were imprisoned. At the same time, this level was also a huge dividing line. How is this possible? Seeing this, a sage couldn't help but jump up in disbelief. Too easy, this is too easy. Is this really a young disciple who just reached the Tribulation Lightning Realm? With a thought, all the demons at the peak of the Tribulation Lightning Realm fainted. None of them could stop him. He couldn't believe his eyes. This is indeed exaggerated. These demons are all extremely vicious. Some come from the abyss, some from the mystic zones, and some from the universe's secret realms. They are extremely powerful. There are tens of thousands of them, and they are as threatening as immortal sages. Even a peerless Tribulation Lightning Realm cultivator can only stop them for a few minutes. Yet, he subdued them in an instant. Is an illusion master really so powerful and invincible? Some human sages were also dumbfounded. They knew how terrifying the demons imprisoned in the 9th level of the Yao Ceiling Pagoda were. They were basically the most terrifying experts at the Tribulation Lightning Realm. If one could deal with them, he would be strong enough to survive the immortal sages. This was also the dividing line between ordinary geniuses and peerless monsters. If Xia Ping had cultivated for 1,000 years, they wouldn't be surprised if he had such strength. But this kid had only entered the Holy Land of Taichu for a year. Even if he was born in his mother's womb, he had only cultivated for a few decades at most. How could he have such strength? They were completely shocked by Xia Ping's performance. A real illusion master was so terrifying and invincible. It was beyond their imagination. Fellow Taoist Dark North, just how did he do this? Could it be that he's cultivated some sort of secret technique? Just how did he obtain that extraordinary soul force in his body? A sage couldn't help but ask Dark North. Well, I'm not very sure. Maybe it's because of his adventure. Dark North was also stunned. In fact, he didn't know much about Xia Ping's cultivation. It wasn't that he didn't want to teach him, it was just that this guy's cultivation speed was frighteningly fast. In the blink of an eye, he had cultivated to the Tribulation Lightning Realm. Even if he wanted to teach him something, it was too late. It seemed that this kid didn't need his guidance at all. To be honest, this was also the first time he had become someone's master. He never thought it would be so easy. He just left him there, answered a few questions, and he naturally grew up. If every disciple could be so worry-free, the Qinkuan sect would have become the #1 force in the universe. Brother Dark North, is this true? Don't you have any secrets to guide your disciples? Otherwise, how could this kid grow so fast? A sage wanted to ask Dark North about his secrets. Well, I really don't have any secrets. He grew up on his own. Dark North was a little depressed. Sometimes, there was a disadvantage to having a disciple who was too monstrous. That was, he didn't feel any sense of accomplishment as a master at all. Chapter 2256. The news that Xia Ping had broken through to the 10th floor of the demon-subduing pagoda had spread to all the disciples of the Holy Land of Taichu and the Palace of Darkness. They were completely stunned by the news. Oh my God, is this kid a freak? He's only been in the Holy Land of Taichu for a year. He wasn't even in the Thunder Tribulation Realm before, but he has broken through to the 10th floor of the demon-subduing pagoda. He's at the top. Is he still human? A disciple of the Holy Land of Taichu couldn't believe his eyes when he saw the ranking information. No matter how imaginative he was, he couldn't imagine that this kid could break through to the 10th floor of the demon-subduing pagoda. Because to break through to the 10th floor of the demon-subduing pagoda, it proved that he had the strength to wrestle with the immortal saints. People with such strength could basically rank in the top 10 among the disciples. Freak, he's really super freak. Is the illusion master really so invincible? Even the demons can't stop him? It's over, it's really over. If this kid really wins the competition, won't the 10,000 points I bet be frozen? More than that. If he has the strength to enter the 10th floor of the demon-subduing pagoda, even Che Guangliang's group may not be able to suppress him. Indeed, the gap between these geniuses who have the strength to enter the top 10 is actually not that big. It's hard to say who will be the first. Damn, if I knew this kid was so freakish, I wouldn't have bet with him. Some disciples of the Holy Land of Taichu and the Palace of Darkness had darkened their faces. They were anxious and restless. They had bet with Xia Ping because they thought they would win. But they didn't expect that there was a possibility that they would lose now. Once they lost the bet, they were afraid that all the wealth they had accumulated over the years would go down the drain. Such a loss was extremely heavy. But now that they had signed the contract, it was impossible for them to back out even if they wanted to. Brother Xia is really too strong. He really has the strength to compete with those peerless geniuses. It's simply beyond imagination. Wei Liangxing and the others were also amazed when they heard the news. At this time, they had long been eliminated. They could only reach the 7th floor of the demon-subduing pagoda. Moreover, as soon as they reached the 7th floor, they were beaten like sons by a group of demons and were sent flying in a few moves. If not for the protection of the Yao Ceiling Pagoda, they would have been dead by now. Therefore, they also knew how terrifying it was to break into the 10th level of the Yao Ceiling Pagoda. If even the 7th level was so terrifying, then what about the 9th and 10th levels? They couldn't imagine it. At this time, Che Guangliang, Sun Jiexing, Zhang Ruishuan, and Huang Yong were also shocked by this news. They didn't expect Xia Ping's strength to be so fierce that he actually broke through to the 10th floor of the Yao Ceiling Pagoda. To be honest, with their strength, they could only barely break through to the 10th level. Xia Ping's current performance was enough to prove that his strength was not inferior to theirs. However, it was impossible for him to admit defeat just like that. As expected, this fellow is no ordinary person. No wonder he dared to sign a bet with us. He really does have some skills. But if you think you can defeat us like this, you must be dreaming. That's right. The competition has only just begun. Right now, it's all about willpower. Whoever can last longer on the 10th floor of the Yao Ceiling Pagoda will win. If you want to win like this, you're still far from it. We definitely won't lose to a junior brother who just joined us. Che Guangliang, Sun Jiexing, Zhang Ruishuan, Huang Yong, and the others were also burning with fighting spirit. They clenched their fists tightly, and their desire to win was completely aroused. An unprecedented fighting spirit surged out from their hearts. All of them seemed to be on steroids. They used all kinds of mystic arts and secret arts, using all their strength to slaughter the demons on the 9th level. They directly made it to the 10th level. The 10th level of the Yao Ceiling Pagoda was also a boundless space. There were far fewer demons imprisoned here, but each one was extremely powerful, at least at the sempiternal realm. Xia Ping's figure appeared on the 10th level of the Yao Ceiling Pagoda. He was immediately noticed by the many immortal realm demons. Their terrifying consciousnesses intertwined, twisting the space around them. A human, a tribulation realm human actually broke through to the 10th level of the Yao Ceiling Pagoda. Damn it, another monstrous human has been born. Why are there so many geniuses like him in the human race? I can't accept this. Kill him immediately. Destroy the roots of the human race. Impossible. This is the Yao Ceiling Pagoda. We can't kill him at all. We can teleport him out with a thought. This is the human race's prison. Even if we can't kill him, we have to leave a strong psychological scar. It's blasphemy to let an ant like him appear here. That's right. Even if there's only a 1 in 10,000 chance, we have to give it our all. If the Yao Ceiling Pagoda is careless for even a moment, we'll have profited. We can kill him to our heart's content. Powerful voices came from the dark space around them, causing the space to tremble. The consciousnesses of hundreds of immortal realm demons spread out, exuding intense malice. When they saw Xia Ping, they immediately used their powerful psychic domains to envelop him, trying to extinguish all signs of life. Interesting. You want to kill me? Looks like you're tired of living. Xia Ping raised his eyebrows. He could sense the malice and psychic domains coming from all directions. This power covered the sky and crushed down, destroying the space. With a thought, a terrifying psychic domain spread out, covering a radius of billions of kilometers. Instantly, a terrifying sun seemed to be born in this dark space, shining brightly. It was like the birth of a legend, tearing the boundless darkness apart. In fact, an endless wave of heat spread out, burning everything in the surroundings, destroying all impurities. All darkness was expelled, and all matter was incinerated. Walala immediately, the hundreds of immortal realm demons screamed in pain. They were burned by Xia Ping's psychic domain. The terrifying heat burned their organs. Their psychic domains couldn't stop it at all. Even their souls were heavily injured by this unparalleled power. From the depths of their bodies, a spiritual flame surged out and burned everywhere. They fell to the ground, screaming, losing all their ability to fight. Even though they had immortal bodies, they couldn't stop the damage to their souls. What a pity! Xia Ping felt a little regretful. If he could, he wanted to use the world tree to devour all these undying demons. However, this place was being monitored by the human race patriarchs. He didn't want to expose his huge secret at this time. Therefore, after heavily injuring these demons, he strode forward and reached the 11th level of the Yao Ceiling Pagoda. Chapter 2257. Outside the Yao Ceiling Pagoda. Seeing Xia Ping easily break through the 10th level of the Yao Ceiling Pagoda, the sages were all dumbfounded. They couldn't believe their eyes. Are you kidding me? There were hundreds of early-stage sempiternal demons imprisoned here, and they were all extremely powerful. How could this kid kill them all in one move? A human sage went crazy. Even though he had lived for billions of years and seen countless things, he had never seen a thunder retribution state cultivator this powerful. This was an immortal fiendish demon, a powerful existence with an immortal body. How could it be defeated so easily? It seemed like it couldn't even retaliate. Who was the immortal sage now? Spiritual realm. The spiritual realm that this kid used just now is definitely not just a thunder retribution state cultivator. He must have reached the sempiternal realm. A sage sensed the spiritual power that Xia Ping suddenly released. He felt a powerful immortal aura, which was definitely not something that a thunder retribution state cultivator could use. What? This kid reached the sempiternal realm? Didn't he just join the holy land of Taichu and was only at the peak of Dharma Plane a year ago? How could he reach the sempiternal realm so quickly? Also, the spiritual realm that he released just now is extraordinary and extremely powerful. Obviously, he didn't break through by force. He must have a very profound cultivation base. Is it so easy to reach the sempiternal realm now? A kid who has only cultivated for a few decades is already comparable to us. Is it because we can't keep up with the times? But we can't sense the aura on this kid at all. I guess he has cultivated a powerful secret technique that can hide his aura and cultivation, or he has a powerful artifact that can hide his cultivation. That's why he can fool our senses. The sages were all dumbfounded. They didn't expect such a thing to happen. They were shocked by Xia Ping's sudden burst of cultivation. Dumbfounded was not enough to describe their shock. Taoist North Sea, when did your disciple reach the sempiternal realm? A sage looked at North Sea sage. Ancestral Master Kong Kong, Ancestral Master Xiao Yao, and other human ancestral masters were also very curious. They had more or less sensed Xia Ping's cultivation before, so they weren't too surprised. Even so, Xia Ping's rapid advancement was enough to arouse their curiosity. I'm not sure either. After all, it's only been a year. Perhaps he had some fortuitous encounter. Dark North Sage was also stunned. Although he already knew that this disciple of his was a monster and he did not need to worry about him, the problem was that this was a little too exaggerated. He had broken through to the immortal sage realm without anyone noticing. One must know that the sempiternal realm was an unparalleled realm that countless living beings in the myriad worlds yearned for. Once one reached the sempiternal realm, one would possess an eternal lifespan, transcending beyond the mortal world, and stand above all. Throughout history, there had been many monstrous geniuses who had failed at the final hurdle, unable to make a breakthrough to the sempiternal realm. In the end, their lifespans ran dry and they died. If it was so easy to become a sage, there wouldn't be so few sages in the universe. But now, this brat had become an immortal saint without anyone noticing. Moreover, this brat was only at the peak of the Dharma plane a year ago. How could he have leveled up so quickly? How could he have broken through so easily? It was as if there were no bottlenecks. I see. If this brat is already an immortal saint, it's not impossible for him to break through the 10th level of the pagoda. In other words, it's only natural. However, since he has already become an immortal saint, why does he need to compete with a group of disciples? With such a cultivation level, he can already become a member of the All Sages Hall and one of the elders of the human race. I heard that this brat seems to have signed a bet with a group of disciples from the Sacred Lands to bet on who will be the champion of the Grand Tournament of Sacred Lands this time. They bet 5 million points. It's a big bet. What? 5 million points? Even an immortal saint would need a long time to earn that amount. What's the point of betting? Xia Ping is already an immortal saint. Who else can beat him? Even Che Guangliang and the other monstrous geniuses can't do it. Are they giving him money? But these disciples didn't know about this before. After all, this brat only joined the sacred land of Taichu a year ago. His cultivation level was only at the peak of the Dharma plane. Even if he had broken through during this time, he would at most be in the Thunder Trial realm. Who would have thought that he would break through to the immortal realm now? Moreover, this brat purposely hid his cultivation level and did not reveal the aura of the immortal realm. Otherwise, who would dare to bet with him? Shameless. This brat is really shameless. In order to get some points, he actually hid his cultivation level and competed with a group of kids with the strength of the immortal realm. He's too shameless. I've never seen such a shameless immortal saint. This is not a competition, but beating up kids. Brother Dark North, why don't you control your shameless disciple? How can he bully others like that? He's already an immortal saint, but he still personally competed with a group of kids. The mouths of the human sages twitched. After hearing the reason, they immediately understood why Xia Ping would hide his cultivation level and participate in the Grand Tournament of Sacred Lands with the strength of the immortal realm. It was all to cheat points. All of them were speechless. After so many years, they had never seen such a shameless immortal saint. Ahem. Upon hearing this, Dark North Sage coughed and said, "Well, I've actually heard about this. I heard that it was Che Guangliang and his group who forced him to participate in the bet. If he didn't participate, they would say that they were not giving him face. They even threatened and tempted him. They even said that he was arrogant and looked down on others. He had no choice but to decline again and again. In the end, he reluctantly agreed. Although the rules of the human sacred lands do not allow sages to challenge mortals, there is no rule that prohibits mortals from challenging immortal saints. Therefore, this does not violate the rules of the sacred lands. Moreover, this was suggested by Che Guangliang and his group of people. They have the spirit to challenge and their courage is commendable. I don't think there's anything to be picky about. This is like Zhou Yu beating Wang Gai. One is willing to fight while the other is willing to suffer. He found an excuse for Xia Ping in a few words, indicating that this did not violate the rules of the sacred lands. Bullshit, Dark North old man, do you have any shame? At this moment, an immemorial sage jumped out. He was the Dark Wind Sage, Che Guangliang's master. His face was as black as charcoal. This bastard hid his cultivation level and that's why the disciples of the sacred lands challenged him. This is simply a trap. If he had revealed his true cultivation level from the start, who would be so stupid to challenge him? Chapter 2258. Hearing Dark Wind Sage's words, the other sages nodded. If Xia Ping had revealed his immortal sage cultivation right from the start, no one would have dared to challenge him. He might not even be able to participate in the Grand Tournament of Saint Lands. However, Xia Ping did not reveal his cultivation and was still an outer disciple of the Holy Land of Taichu. Therefore, he was qualified to participate in the Grand Tournament of Saint Lands. No matter what, they could tell that Xia Ping was a shameless and evil person. What are you talking about? If they didn't have ill intentions and wanted to bully others, this wouldn't have happened. Dark North Sage stood with his hands behind his back and said calmly, "Furthermore, my disciple is still a child. He's only a few decades old and is not from the same generation as Che Guangliang and the rest. If I were to be so calculative, Che Guangliang and the rest who are hundreds and thousands of years old would be bullying a child. Although my disciple has indeed advanced to the sempiternal realm, he's still a child in terms of age. Is it wrong for my disciple to cultivate so quickly and be so powerful?" Dark Wind Sage was so angry that he nearly fainted. In terms of age, Xia Ping was indeed a junior. In fact, he was only a child. In fact, Che Guangliang and the rest of the geniuses might look young, but they were all thousands of years old. Furthermore, they married early and even had grandchildren. Compared to them, Xia Ping was indeed just a child. Of course, there were countless races in the universe and there were too many long-lived creatures. Seniority was very messy and most of them were differentiated by strength. If one was not strong enough, no matter how long he lived, he would still be a junior and could only be a grandson. However, Dark North Sage was not wrong and they could not refute him. In fact, no matter how they looked at it, Xia Ping did not violate the rules of the sacred land. This was a blind spot. After all, who would have thought that a kid who was only a few decades old could advance to the sempiternal realm? This was unprecedented. Anyway, it's not like Che Guangliang and the rest did not lose out this time. My disciple only taught them one thing: don't judge a book by its cover. Don't judge a book by its cover all the time. Dark North Sage said, "In fact, there are many races in the universe and there are many creatures who can hide their cultivation. If they were careless, they might lose their lives. Although they have lost some points, they have learned a great lesson and it's very meaningful. It's equivalent to paying a tuition fee. There are many benefits." Bullshit. Dark Wind Saint and the rest wanted to spit on Dark North Saint's face. It seemed like it wasn't just Xia Ping who had thick skin. Dark North Saint's skin was also extremely thick. He even said that he had spent money to buy a lesson, which was equivalent to paying a tuition fee. What kind of bullshit tuition fee was so expensive that he had to pay 1,000,000 points? If that was the case, not only should they not be angry after receiving this lesson, they should be grateful to him. They were so angry that they felt like punching the Dark North Sage. However, with so many great ancestors of the human clan watching, they couldn't afford to lose their sense of propriety. Therefore, they could only swallow their grievances in silence. There was nothing they could do. The news that Xia Ping was an immortal saint quickly spread throughout the holy land of Taichu. Whether it was the disciples who were still in the devil-subduing tower or those who had already been eliminated, everyone knew about it. Instantly, this news caused a huge uproar. Impossible! Xia Ping isn't at the Transcendence realm or the Lightning Tribulation realm. He has already reached the sempiternal realm and transcended beyond the mortal realm, becoming an undying life form. When some people heard this news, their worldview was shattered. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Are you kidding me? This kid was only at the peak of the Transcendence realm before. It was already a certainty that he would break through to the Lightning Tribulation realm. But now he's telling me that he has reached the sempiternal realm? Impossible. What does this kid think the sempiternal realm is? How can it be so easy for him to break through? It's like drinking tea or eating a meal. Some people were greatly shocked. They couldn't accept this fact at all. I have been stuck at the peak of the Lightning Tribulation realm for 3,000 years. I didn't dare to break through for fear of being struck to death by the lightning. But he has reached the sempiternal realm from the Transcendence realm in just 1 year. Even if he is talented, he shouldn't be this outstanding. Is this news fake? Some people thought that this news might be fake. It can't be fake. This news was heard from the sages of the human clan. The great ancestors also admitted it personally. Xia Ping has indeed reached the sempiternal realm. Yeah, did you see that? This kid has already broken through the 10th floor of the devil-subduing tower. He can even easily kill the undying realm demons on this floor. Who can doubt his strength now? Oh my God, which rock did this brat jump out from? How can he be so terrifying? Doesn't he have a bottleneck? Breaking through is like drinking water. Many disciples of the Holy Land of Taichu and the Palace of Darkness didn't know what to say. They were all geniuses, but compared to Xia Ping, the gap was so big that it was scary. If they weren't too far off from Xia Ping, they might even be jealous of him. But now, the gap was so big that it was boundless. They couldn't be jealous even if they wanted to. They could only admire Yi Ping from the bottom of their hearts. Such a figure could only be regarded as a legend. There were not many of them in real life. Most people were just amazed by this news, but some disciples of the Holy Land of Taichu and the Palace of Darkness who had signed a bet with Xia Ping were all furious. Because this matter was closely related to their interests. Oh my God, Xia Ping is an immortal sage. When did this happen? It just happened. The human sages confirmed it. There's no doubt about it. Also, he has broken through the 10th floor of the devil-subduing tower. He's very fierce. It's over, it's all over. Our points are frozen. 10,000 points. This time, I bet 10,000 points with that bitch Xia Ping. Now it's all gone. Not even a cent. He's already an immortal sage. Who can beat him? Even Che Guangliang and the others can't. We're going to lose this time. There's no chance of winning at all. Fuck shameless. Xia Ping is so shameless. He's already an immortal sage, but he still pretended to be weak and bet with us. He's obviously taking the opportunity to cheat us of our money. Fuck Xia Ping. An immortal sage is so shameless. He even cheats us out of our points. How much money does this bastard need? He won't even let us go. This is a trap. He's the banker. This is a large-scale fraud. Does no one care about this bastard? The disciples of the Holy Land of Taichu and the Palace of Darkness wailed. They knew that they were completely screwed this time. They couldn't earn a single cent from Xia Ping. Chapter 2259. Meanwhile, on the 10th floor of the Yao Ceiling Pagoda. It's done. We've finally reached the 10th floor. It really took a lot of effort. There are too many demons on this floor, and they're too terrifying. There are even tribulation lightning level demons. These demons are too hard to kill. They're formless and formless. Indeed. It's already very impressive to be able to break through the 9th floor. Our efforts over the years were not in vain. Last time, we were instantly eliminated. Xia Ping is too freakish. It's his first time in the Yao Ceiling Pagoda, but he already passed it so easily. Yes, but no matter what, we're finally on the same starting line as that kid. It's not too embarrassing. While countless disciples from the Holy Land of Taichu and Palace of Darkness were complaining, Che Guangliang, Sun Jiexing, Zhang Ruishuan, and Huang Yong finally made it to the 10th floor. They couldn't help but sigh in relief because they could finally stand on the same starting line as Xia Ping. Next, it would be a matter of who could last longer on the 10th floor. However, they didn't have any hopes of passing the 10th floor. After all, the demons imprisoned here had basically all reached the immortal realm. They were already peerless geniuses if they could fight against one and not die. As for fighting against a bunch of demons, that was just a dream. In fact, this was also the limit of tribulation lightning level cultivators. The gap between them was almost insurmountable for mortals. But it's been so long. I'm afraid that kid has already been eliminated. It's already very impressive that he could last on the 10th floor for a while. After careful calculation, I can only last a few minutes. There's nothing we can do. The demons on the 10th floor are too terrifying. They're all at the immortal realm. There's no way we can stop them. I wonder how long the kid lasted. I hope it's not too long. Otherwise, there's no hope of surpassing him. At this time, Che Guangliang and the others finally had some free time. There was a safe zone in front of the entrance of the 10th floor. It gave them a short break so they wouldn't have to face the immortal realm demons on the 10th floor immediately. In order to break through the 9th floor, countless demons had attacked them. It was extremely dangerous, so they didn't have time to look at the ranking list. Only now did they have some time. But when they opened it, they were all stunned. It showed that Xia Ping had easily broken through the 10th floor of the Yao Ceiling Pagoda and reached the 11th floor. Fuck, what's going on? How did Xia Ping break through the 10th floor of the Yao Ceiling Tower? Are you kidding me? Didn't he only enter the Holy Land of Taichu for a year? Huang Yong took a closer look and immediately cursed. He simply couldn't believe his eyes. To them, surviving on the 10th floor for a while was already a great achievement. As for breaking through the 10th floor, that was impossible. But now, Xia Ping had easily broken through the 10th floor of the Yao Ceiling Pagoda. This was beyond their imagination. They felt as if their hearts had been pierced. What? That lad isn't actually a lightning tribulation realm cultivator but a sempiternal realm cultivator. That's why he was able to clear the 10th floor of the Demon Ceiling Pagoda so easily. It did not take long for Sun Jiexing and the others to find the news on the internet, and they discovered that Xia Ping had managed to advance to sempiternal realm. This news had left them feeling a little confused. This was even more shocking than Xia Ping breaking through the 10th floor of the Yao Ceiling Pagoda. After all, this lad had only been in the Holy Land of Taichu for a year. Before this, he was only at the peak of the Dharma plane. Now, he had actually advanced to the sempiternal realm. This speed of breaking through was even faster than driving a spaceship. It's over, it's all over now. We've been tricked by this bastard. At this time, Che Guangliang finally remembered something. His face turned green. This bastard did it on purpose. He clearly knew that he had advanced to the sempiternal realm, but he still pretended to be weak. His purpose was to cheat us of a lot of points. Bastard, this shameless bitch. I've never seen such a shameless guy. He's too despicable. He immediately knew that he had been completely tricked by Xia Ping. No, that's impossible. I've bet 1,000,000 points. A whole 1,000,000 points. How long will it take to earn them back? Sun Jiexing's face turned completely green. He was so angry that he exploded on the spot. Thinking that he had been cheated of millions of points by this bastard, he felt as if his heart was being pierced by a knife. He wanted nothing more than to beat this shameless immortal saint up. He was already an immortal saint, an extraordinary existence. How could he be so shameless? He even signed a bet with them. His purpose was to cheat them of their money. It was as if a billionaire pretended to be poor to cheat them of their money. They were the ones who proposed the bet, and that lad had only agreed after some hesitation. It was as if they had taken the initiative to give him money, which made them even more furious. Now, not only had they lost the bet, but they had also been played like monkeys. This kind of humiliation was simply indescribable. Bitch Xia, you cheated this kind of money. You'll get what you deserve sooner or later. Invalid. I declare this kind of swindling bet invalid immediately. An immortal saint came to compete with us. Why don't you go to heaven? Do you have any shame? Do you have any dignity as a saint? Fucking Xia Ping, I'll remember you. Remember to be careful when you go out on the streets. Don't get hit by a meteor or struck by lightning. Che Guangliang, Sun Jiexing, and the others were hopping mad. If Xia Ping appeared in front of them now, they would probably rush up and fight to the death with this damn liar. They had been cultivating smoothly for thousands of years. They had never suffered any setbacks. Outside, countless forces treated them with respect. Who would dare to play any tricks on them? Now, they had actually fallen into the hands of a little brat. They had been cheated of millions of points by this bastard. It was hard to imagine how heavy their losses were. Fuck, this guy is breaking through again? Huang Yong's eyes widened. He realized that Xia Ping's points were rising rapidly. 11th floor, 12th floor, 13th floor, 14th floor, 15th floor. In the end, this kid had reached the 20th floor of the Yao Ceiling Pagoda. On this floor, there were many peak sempiternal realm demons imprisoned. As for the 21st floor, there were many demons who had comprehended the law of space. Their strength was more than 100 times more terrifying. After reaching the 20th floor of the Yao Ceiling Pagoda, Xia Ping seemed to be eliminated. But even if he was eliminated, they knew that Xia Ping had already won. After all, even a lightning tribulation realm expert couldn't reach the 20th floor of the Yao Ceiling Pagoda even if they were on steroids. Bitch Xia Ping, you and I are irreconcilable. Seeing this, Zhang Ruishuan was so angry that he vomited blood. With a puff, he fainted on the spot and was eliminated by the Yao Ceiling Pagoda. The others also persisted for a period of time before being eliminated one after another. Xia Ping's points were far ahead of everyone else. No one could shake him. Chapter 2260. Clang. At this moment, a bell rang and resounded through the entire demon-subduing pagoda. This announced that the Grand Tournament of Holy Lands had ended and everyone had been eliminated, including Xia Ping. In order not to expose his true strength, Xia Ping admitted defeat as soon as he reached the 20th level of the demon-subduing pagoda. Otherwise, it would be too shocking and would attract the attention of countless sages across the heavens if news of him being able to fight against and even kill a demon in the immortal realm were to spread. If there were benefits, he would not mind exposing his true strength. However, there were no benefits at all. Instead, there were many disadvantages, and it was completely unnecessary to do so. At this moment, all the disciples of the Holy Land of Taichu and the Palace of Darkness had been teleported out of the demon-subduing pagoda and returned to the square of the Holy Land of Taichu. Many of them had suffered serious injuries. Although the demon-subduing pagoda could protect them from death, this was a real battle after all. Moreover, those demons hated humans so much that they would kill every time they attacked. Injuries were inevitable. However, these were only minor injuries that could be recovered after a period of time. However, what everyone was concerned about now was not this trivial matter, but Xia Ping, who had already advanced to the immortal realm. No one expected that Xia Ping, who had only been in the sect for a year, could advance to the immortal realm without anyone noticing. This was too shocking, and they found it hard to believe such a fact. Especially those who had signed a bet with Xia Ping, they gnashed their teeth in hatred and wished that they could beat up this shameless guy. Che Guangliang, Huang Yong, Sun Jiexing, and the others all looked at Xia Ping with resentment. As for Zhang Ruishuan, he had already fainted from anger and had yet to wake up. Everyone. At this moment, Xia Ping walked out of the demon-subduing pagoda, looking refreshed and cheerful. I admit it. I accidentally won first place. You guys don't mind, right? Bullshit. The group of people was going crazy. He was simply lying through his teeth. He even said that he accidentally won first place when he was already an immortal sage and his strength surpassed all of them. This competition could be said to be in the bag. How was it an accident? They were infuriated by Xia Ping's shamelessness. They had never seen such a despicable bastard. It was simply nonsense to say that they wouldn't mind. How could they not mind this kind of thing? They simply minded it to death. They wished that this gamble had never happened. Regardless of whether you guys mind or not, I've won this bet. It feels so good. I got 5 million points in one go, and it was given to me by someone else. I don't want them to be angry with me. I don't even know how to spend so many points. Do you guys have any suggestions? Xia Ping looked at everyone with a smile. Do you have any opinions? The group of people's faces all turned green. They wanted nothing more than to slap Xia Ping's face. Looking at his smug appearance, this was clearly a villain intoxicated by success. They had never seen such a shameless villain. They were so angry that they were about to go crazy. It was fine if they won the bet, it was fine if they were cheated, it was fine if they were unlucky. It was their poor judgment, but this brat actually dared to show off in front of them, flaunting his prowess. This kind of thing couldn't be tolerated at all. Even a coward wouldn't be able to tolerate this kind of thing. And this bastard was so smug, saying that he didn't know how to spend so many points. Fuck, if they had so many points, they could spend them in minutes. And he said that he didn't know how to spend them. Honestly, they wished they could capture Xia Ping, put him in a gunny sack, and beat him up in the alley. Let's see if this bastard still dared to show off in front of them. Brother Che, Brother Huang, Brother Sun, this competition was really intense. I didn't expect that you could reach the 10th level of the subduing demon tower. You're worthy of being peerless geniuses. You really opened my eyes. If I hadn't reached the immortal realm, I probably wouldn't have been able to win. Xia Ping said casually, stepping forward to greet them. Intense my ass. Che Guangliang and the others were so angry that smoke came out of their noses. This time, they were obviously beaten up and couldn't even fight back. There was a huge gap between the two sides, but he said it was an intense competition. Saying such words was like slapping their faces. Moreover, what did he mean by, "I didn't expect that they could reach the 10th level of the subduing demon Tao"? What did he mean by, "They're worthy of being peerless geniuses"? What did he mean by, "Open my eyes"? Was this really something a junior brother who had just joined for a year could say? This attitude of looking down on them and giving them pointers clearly showed that he had already taken them as his seniors and was giving them guidance. He was treating them as if they were his juniors. And this bastard even said that if he hadn't reached the immortal realm, he might not have one. He seemed humble on the surface, but in fact he was mocking them. He clearly said that they couldn't reach the immortal realm even if they lived for thousands of years, but he reached the immortal realm in just a few decades. The gap was so huge that they weren't even on the same level. If it weren't for the fact that they couldn't beat this bastard, and that there were sages around, they might have rushed up and given this bastard a combo punch or something to let this junior brother know how powerful he was. Huh. Senior brother Zhang Ruishuan, why did you faint? Was the battle on the 10th level of the subduing demon tower so intense? He seemed to have vomited blood. Those demons were so hateful, and their attacks were so vicious? Senior brother, are you okay? Wake up. Xia Ping also noticed Zhang Ruishuan, who was unconscious on the ground, and patted him a few times, trying to wake him up. Enough. Huang Yong was so angry that his nose almost became crooked. This bastard still had the nerve to say that Zhang Ruishuan fainted because of you, not because of those demons. Moreover, such a fainted person was already very pitiful, and he should be given a rest. But now, this bastard was completely blind and wanted to wake Zhang Ruishuan up. Did he want to make Zhang Ruishuan faint again? He stepped forward like a father protecting his child, and protected Zhang Ruishuan in his arms, lest he continued to suffer from Xia Ping's vicious attacks. Senior brother Che. Seeing Huang Yong's expression, Xia Ping ignored him. He saw Che Guangliang and the others, and also stepped forward, trying to get close to them. Humph! The faces of Che Guangliang and the others darkened. They were afraid that this bastard would continue to pester them and secretly hurt their confidence. They waved their hands and hurriedly left this place. They didn't want to stay with this bastard for even a second. Seeing this guy made them angry, and they were afraid that they couldn't suppress the anger in their hearts and couldn't control themselves. The group of people bared their teeth, looking at Xia Ping as if they had seen a god of plague, and hurriedly avoided him. They were completely helpless against such a troublemaker. They couldn't beat him, and they couldn't afford to provoke him. Chapter 2261. Xia Ping, come here. At this moment, a familiar voice entered Xia Ping's sea of consciousness. Xia Ping immediately sensed that it was the voice of his master, Dark North Saint. He looked up and saw Dark North Saint standing in the distant sky, and many powerful human sages appeared around him. Each of their auras was as deep as an abyss, unfathomable. Especially the few old men standing next to Dark North Saint, it was as if even the laws of the universe had retreated around them, and the concept of life and death had disappeared from them. He immediately knew that these old men were obviously human patriarchs who were on par with his master, or even more powerful. They were peerless overlords of this universe and sages who had reached the invincible realm. Sush. Thinking of this, Xia Ping didn't hesitate. With a flash, he immediately came to Dark North Saint's side. Master! Xia Ping greeted the Dark North Saint. Only now did he sense that his master's aura was even more unfathomable. It was as if countless laws of the universe had appeared on his master and formed the perfect laws of the world. It was as if his master himself was a universe, so powerful that it made people's hair stand on end. Originally, he thought that after he reached the immortal realm and could even kill near-ancient sages, he would be on par with his master, Dark North Saint. But now, it seemed that he was still far behind. Of course, after Xia Ping reached the immortal realm, he had greatly narrowed the gap between him and his master. Sush, sush. Immediately, many sages present focused their eyes on Xia Ping, including the masters of Che Guangliang and Huang Yong. They all had strange expressions on their faces. They were a little annoyed and disdainful. Of course, they weren't so embarrassed that they flew into a rage. After all, Xia Ping had only cheated some points from these disciples of the sages. He didn't make any mortal enemies, so he was only cheated once. Most importantly, no matter how thick-skinned Xia Ping was, he was still a peerless genius with amazing talent. He was a genius who had reached the immortal realm in just a few decades of cultivation. Based on this alone, no sage dared to look down on him. Of course, another important reason was that Dark North Saint was Xia Ping's master. With such a powerful master protecting him, even if someone had any ill intentions, they wouldn't dare to show it here. Well, let me introduce you. This is Patriarch Xiaoyao, one of the human patriarchs. Dark North Saint introduced the sages present to Xia Ping. Greetings, Patriarch. Xia Ping blinked his eyes. This is the first time we've met. I wonder if the old ancestor has any greeting gifts? A greeting gift? Upon hearing this, the group of sages had strange expressions on their faces. They already knew that this brat was thick-skinned, but they didn't expect him to be so thick-skinned to this extent. The moment they met, he wanted to ask for a greeting gift from the old ancestor. The corners of Xiaoyao Ancestral Master's mouth twitched involuntarily. He didn't expect that he would be extorted by a junior one day. Xia Ping, what are you talking about? Do you know how to speak? Dark North Saint scolded. What kind of person is the great ancestor? He's rich and overbearing, a man of indomitable spirit. How could he possibly lack a small gift from you? You only know how to ask for a greeting gift all day long. How insensible. I'm sorry, Master. I've indeed gone a little overboard. In fact, I don't really care whether or not I have a greeting gift. Even if I don't have one, I'll still work hard to contribute to the human race. I'll do my best until my death. Xia Ping said obediently. It's good that you know you're wrong. It's the most important thing to correct your mistakes. Dark North Saint nodded. Then he turned to look at the Xiaoyao Ancestral Master and said, Ancestral Master, I'm really sorry. My disciple is like this. He comes from the countryside and doesn't know the rules. He's still young and thinks that the elders will give him a greeting gift when they meet for the first time, such as a red envelope. I hope the Ancestral Master can forgive him for his presumptuous behavior. Seeing these two bitches echoing each other, the sages felt like their mouths were about to twitch. What are they doing? Are they extorting us in public? It's too shameless. How shameless. He said it as if they wouldn't know the rules if they didn't give him a gift. Besides, Xia Ping was indeed very young and was only a few decades old. In their eyes, he was no different from a kid who was 3 or 4 years old. What he said was just a child's babble, and he couldn't say anything. If Che Guangliang and the others dared to say these words, they would probably be slapped. No, it's okay. He's just a kid. As an elder, I should give him a greeting gift when we meet for the first time. The Xiaoyao Ancestral Master felt that he was forced by the bitch Dark North Saint and had no choice but to give a gift. As an elder, it was normal for him to give a small gift to a kid, and no one dared to say it was wrong. Besides, as an Ancestral Master, if he gave too little gift, others would probably look down on him. After thinking for a while, he took out something from his clothes. It was a white stone. The moment the white stone appeared, all the sages felt like the area within a radius of billions of kilometers was enveloped by a layer of mist. They seemed to have fallen into endless layers of illusions, and they couldn't extricate themselves. This is a mirage mist stone. Some sages couldn't help but yell as they recognized the stone and found it unbelievable. That's right. This is a mirage mist stone. Xiaoyao Ancestral Master smiled faintly and said, When we annihilated the Illusion Clan, the Patriarch of the Illusion Clan detonated their Peerless Saint artifact, Mirage Mist Bead. But after the collapse of this Peerless Saint artifact, I used Reverse Heaven and Earth to gather the essence of this shattered Peerless Saint artifact. After several days of refining, it finally became a Mirage Mist Stone. It's a treasure formed by the shattered Peerless Saint artifact Mirage Mist Bead. Isn't this the origin of the Mirage Mist Bead? If we can refine this Mirage Mist Bead carefully, It might become another peerless saint artifact in the future. The sage's eyes turned green. They knew that if they could get this Mirage Mist Stone and refine it with other materials, they might recreate the glory of the peerless saint artifact Mirage Mist Bead. Back then, the illusion race had dominated the universe for such a long time with the power of the peerless saint artifact Mirage Mist Bead. If anyone could get this saint artifact again, not to mention the increase in strength, few people could kill them. This life-saving ability was enough to make countless sages green with envy. At their level, they naturally knew how precious treasures that could save their lives were. Now that the Xiaoyao ancestral master was willing to take out the Mirage Mist Stone, they looked at Xia Ping with jealousy in their eyes. Seeing this, Dark North Saint said immediately, "Xia Ping, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and thank the ancestral master." He was a bit afraid that the Xiaoyao ancestral master would go back on his words. He'd better get the treasure as soon as possible before it was too late to regret. "Thank you, ancestral master." Xia Ping stepped forward and said obediently. Chapter 2262. Sush. The Xiaoyao ancestral master waved his hand lightly and sent the Mirage Mist Stone to Xia Ping. He smiled faintly and said, "Well, this treasure belongs to you now. Remember to make good use of it and don't waste my efforts." Although the Mirage Mist Stone was precious, it was just an ordinary treasure for an overlord of the universe like him. The reason why he was willing to give such a treasure was that he cherished talents. After all, Xia Ping had reached the immortal realm in just a few decades and had a strong foundation. If he was nurtured well, he might be able to give the human clan another invincible sage, which was much more worthwhile than a supreme sacred artifact. Besides, if Xia Ping's fame spread out, it would definitely shock all the races in the universe. They were all afraid of the human clan and would probably kill Xia Ping in advance. Therefore, he decided to give Xia Ping a treasure like the Mirage Mist Stone, which could greatly increase Xia Ping's life-saving ability and prevent this genius from dying prematurely. "Thank you, ancestral master." Xia Ping took the Mirage Mist Stone. He could sense that this special stone seemed to contain the unimaginable power of laws as if it was all-encompassing and contained the entire universe. However, these laws were illusory and incredible. But now wasn't the time to study this Mirage Mist Stone. After observing it for a while, he immediately took it back. "Disciple, this is the Empty Sky Ancestral Master, who specializes in the Space-Time Tao. This is the Long River Sage, who specializes in the Water Tao. This is the Silver Moon Sage, an immemorial sage who has lived since the primeval age." Dark North Sage stepped forward and introduced the human sages to Xia Ping one by one. "Greetings, seniors." Xia Ping stepped forward and greeted them one by one, looking cute and harmless. However, the sages didn't look so good because this bastard Dark North Sage was obviously using this opportunity to earn money and help his disciple get a gift. What a shameless bastard. However, since the Xiaoyao ancestral master gave them such a precious gift, how could they, the sages, say no to it? If they said no, they would be shameless. No matter how precious the gift was, they had to give him something, and it couldn't be too ordinary. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to present it to him. "Junior brother Xia, this is a golden thunder bamboo, a special plant born from the mystic zones. It contains the metal and thunder origin energies, making it an excellent material for refining weapons. I'll give it to you now. This is Tai E Gold Essence, a cosmic-level rare material. It is a top-grade material for crafting saint artifacts. If it can be used to supplement the Mirage Mist Stone, it might be possible to craft a peerless saint artifact. I hope it will be of great help to you. This is a 7 treasures resurrection pill that this old man refined. It's a saint-tier pill. Even if one's soul is heavily injured, taking this pill will allow one to recover within 7 days." The corners of the saints' mouths twitched. They had no choice but to take out their treasures as gifts. All of them felt extremely pained, as though their flesh was being cut off. However, in the face of such hidden extortion, there was nothing they could do. Hearing these words, Xia Ping's eyes widened in excitement. As expected of a saint of the human race, he was indeed rich and overbearing. Any treasure he casually took out was priceless, and none of them could be found in the treasury of the illusion race. However, this was also a matter of course. The human race was one of the top races in the universe. Needless to say, it was not something that a race like the illusion race could compare with. The gap between them could not be calculated with numbers. As the saints of the Holy Land of Taichu and the Palace of Darkness, their wealth was far greater than that of the saints of other races. This was the so-called, leaning on a big tree makes one feel the shade. He stepped forward one by one and reached out to take these treasures. You're too kind. If you have time, why don't you come to my Baiming Peak for a meal? The North Sea Saint looked at the group of saints with a kind smile. He was a saint of the Holy Land of Taichu, and he also had his own official residence in the Holy Land of Taichu. In fact, every saint of the Holy Land of Taichu could have their own mountain in the Holy Land of Taichu as a place for cultivation if they joined the All Saints Palace. Hearing these words, the faces of the saints turned green. This kind of smile was clearly a hidden dagger. Now that they had been cheated of so many treasures, if they really went to the Baiming Peak for a meal and 3 glasses of wine, they would be drunk. At that time, they were afraid that all the treasures they had would be plundered by the other party. It wasn't a meal, it was like sending sheep into a tiger's mouth. There was nothing more dangerous than this. No, I suddenly remembered that I still have something to do. Yeah, it seems that I'm about to succeed in making a furnace of elixir pills. It's almost time and I can't delay. Indeed, I'm at a critical moment in making a top-grade sacred artifact. I'm afraid I can't leave now. Taoist North Sea, I'm really sorry. We're all busy and don't have time for a gathering. Next time. If there's a chance, let's get together again. The saints quickly found many excuses and quickly left the place, fearing that they would be caught by the North Sea Saint and slaughtered like fat sheep. Bush. In a few breaths, the group of saints ran away, leaving only a few human ancestral masters. Seeing the saints' panicked expressions, the North Sea Saint was in a good mood. Then he said to the Xiaoyao ancestral master and the others, "Ancestral master, it's time for me to return to the Baiming Peak." "Okay, you can go back." The Xiaoyao ancestral master nodded, not minding. "Xia Ping, come back with me." The North Sea Saint said to Xia Ping. He had something to tell Xia Ping. "Yes, master." Xia Ping nodded. He knew that his master must have a lot of things to tell him. Bush. As soon as he said that, the North Sea Saint waved his hand. Instantly, the space twisted, and the two disappeared. "What do you think of Xia Ping?" He's thick-skinned and black-hearted. At least we don't have to worry about him being tricked." That's indeed the case. Some human geniuses grew up in such a good environment and received such good protection that they're like flowers in a greenhouse. Once they head to the strife zones, they would most likely suffer a calamity. Many human geniuses died because of this. However, if the news of this guy advancing to the sempiternal realm spreads out, the other races will probably feel uneasy. I'm afraid that they'll kill him. Should we hide the news of this little guy? What's there to hide? Only mediocre people don't get jealous. Besides, this matter can't be hidden at all. Indeed, danger is also an opportunity. Back then, North Sea Saint also suffered a lot when he grew up. How can he reach the invincible realm without suffering? It all depends on this little guy's luck in the future. The human ancestral masters discussed among themselves. For existences who stood at the peak of the universe, Xia Ping's actions were harmless. They had seen too many things. Chapter 2263. Holy Land of Taichu, Dark North Peak. At this moment, Xia Ping followed Dark North Saint to this cave abode. Not bad. In a hall of the Dark North Peak, Dark North Saint looked at Xia Ping with a satisfied smile. "I thought it would take you at least 1,000 years to reach the sempiternal realm. I didn't expect you to succeed in just a few decades. You've also accumulated a lot to reach the sempiternal realm. You're not one of those weak immortal saints." He could see that Xia Ping's foundation was very solid. He could see that from Xia Ping's performance in the Yao Ceiling Pagoda. To be able to reach the sempiternal realm and reach all 19 floors was not something an ordinary immortal saint could do. Some immortal saints were different. They used everything they had to barely reach the sempiternal realm. This was already exhausting their potential. Without any fortuitous encounters, it would be difficult for them to improve further. These immortal saints were basically weak. Some could not even beat those at the peak of the tribulation lightning realm. They could only live longer because of their immortal bodies. No. Compared to Master, I'm still far behind. Xia Ping said modestly. Not bad. You know how to be humble. Dark North Saint smiled. Although you've reached the sempiternal realm, you're still the weakest among the sages. This only means that you have an infinite lifespan, but it doesn't mean that you're immortal. Although the immortal body is very powerful, there are countless powerful sages in the universe. Those who can kill you are simply too many to count. Every time a sage breaks through to a new realm, the difference in strength is like heaven and earth. Especially since you reached the sempiternal realm in just a few decades. This talent is enough to shock the entire universe. Those alien races will probably be very wary of you and will kill you as soon as possible. Back then, I was almost killed by the alien races several times. A cold light flashed in his eyes as if he had recalled some near-death experiences. The space within a radius of hundreds of millions of kilometers trembled, and ripples appeared in the air. There were countless races in the universe. Although the human race was one of the peak races with unparalleled strength, there were also some races that could compare with the human race, such as the Yao race, the insect race, the dragon race, the elemental race, and so on. These alien races were all very powerful. The human race was constantly competing with these races for resources and territory. There was an irreconcilable hatred between them. Although these races were barely united because of the abyss demons, there were countless struggles in the dark and in the open. If there was a chance to kill some monstrous human geniuses and weaken the human race's potential, they wouldn't mind doing such a thing. The same was true for the human race. There was no right or wrong in this. It was just a matter of the survival of the race. It was either you die or I live. What do you plan to do next? At the thought of this, Dark North Sage began to ask Xia Ping about his next cultivation plan. Although Xia Ping had already become an immortal sage, this was only the beginning for the great way of the sage. It was not the end at all. I might go to the Mystic Zones to train. Xia Ping revealed his next plan. Mystic Zone. Hearing this, Dark North Sage nodded. You're from the Eastern Cosmos, so you might not be very clear about how powerful the Mystic Zones are. This is a place where thousands of races fight for hegemony. There are countless universe treasures born there. It's also the place where the races fight the most. Immortal sages are not considered powerful existences in the Mystic Zones. They can barely survive there. Of course, this place was also the most suitable place for saints to cultivate. If they could snatch a universe treasure, their cultivation speed would immediately increase by leaps and bounds, and they would ascend to a supreme realm. Many fortuitous encounters would occur in this place. However, there are countless sages who want to stand out in the Mystic Zones. Basically, all the sages in the entire universe will enter the Mystic Zones. You will also encounter sages from countless races. These alien races have strange and ever-changing methods. Some races might not be considered peak races, but their own abilities are extremely strange and hard to deal with. If you're not careful, you might be ambushed and die without even knowing how. You have to be very careful. Don't trust anyone easily. Yes, Master. Xia Ping nodded, indicating that he definitely wouldn't be careless. After experiencing so many things, he naturally knew that there were countless powerful people in the universe. Sometimes, a moment of carelessness could lead to his death. No one was absolutely invincible. At this point, Dark North Sage suddenly grabbed something from the depths of the void. He casually flipped it over, and suddenly, a dark golden talisman appeared in front of Xia Ping. This dark golden talisman emitted an indescribably strange aura. It was deep and unfathomable, as if it contained the power of destiny. There was an endless amount of profound energy hidden within. Master, what's this? Xia Ping looked curiously at the item that Dark North Sage took out. This is an extremely precious secret treasure I obtained from an extremely dangerous secret realm in the universe. It's called the Life Substitution Talisman. Dark North Sage said in a deep voice, "If you put this Life Substitution Talisman on you, it can help you block 5 fatal attacks and reverse the laws of life and death. Then, you'll be teleported to a random corner of the universe by the energy of the Life Substitution Talisman." However, I've used this Life Substitution Talisman 3 times and blocked 3 fatal attacks for me. Now, this Life Substitution Talisman only has 2 uses left. Previously, the Xiaoyao Ancestral Patriarch and the others wanted to trade with me with a Peerless Saint artifact, but I refused. So, you must make good use of it. Don't waste it easily and seek death everywhere. He looked at Xia Ping seriously. In fact, the reason why he progressed so fast and surpassed his peers wasn't only because of his monstrous talent but also because of this Life Substitution Talisman. With this Death Substitute Talisman, he was fearless and entered a few extremely dangerous secret realms of the universe to train himself. From there, he obtained some extremely precious universe treasures. Although he almost died 3 times and wasted 3 chances of rebirth, he also gained a lot and ascended to the Invincible Saint realm, becoming an overlord of the universe. Master, this Life Substitution Talisman is too precious. I can't take it. Hearing this, Xia Ping immediately knew how precious this Life Substitution Talisman was. It could help its owner block 2 fatal attacks, which was equivalent to having 2 lives. How exaggerated was that? For a saint, such a secret treasure was indeed comparable to a Peerless Saint artifact. After all, people only had 1 life, and this talisman was equivalent to having 2 lives. How precious it was! If this news were to be released, it was unknown how many saints would drool over it, or even go completely crazy. This was a true life-saving method. Chapter 2264. If I tell you to take it, just take it? Don't be so long-winded. Dark North Sage said solemnly, "Master, I have already advanced to the Invincible Sage realm, which is equivalent to a demigod. I have completely comprehended the laws of life and death, and my body has turned into a universe. I am already close to being immortal. Although this Death Substitution Talisman is powerful, it can at most guarantee the survival of beings below the ancient sage realm. This special power of laws cannot guarantee the survival of invincible sages. If an attack can kill an invincible sage, then even the Death Substitution Talisman will be useless. So, although this Death Substitution Talisman looks very precious, it is useless to me." He indicated that his strength had already exceeded the range of the Death Substitution Talisman's protection. Basically, this secret treasure was not very useful to him. But to an immortal sage like Xia Ping, it was extremely useful. It was equivalent to having 2 lives. In that case, I will accept it. Thank you, Master. Seeing the determined look in Dark North Sage's eyes, Xia Ping had no choice but to accept it and keep the Death Substitution Talisman. His heart was filled with gratitude and endless warmth. To be honest, he was not related to Dark North Sage, nor was he related by blood. They were just master and disciple, but he was treated so wholeheartedly, and the other party did not ask for anything in return. In fact, for an overlord of the universe like this, with their strength, they could obtain any treasures or resources. A little guy like Xia Ping would not be able to help them at all. But even so, Dark North Sage still treated him like this. To a certain extent, he was no different from a second parent. He secretly decided that if there was a chance in the future, he would definitely repay Dark North Sage. Well, just accept it. Anyway, don't embarrass me when you go out. If there's nothing else, you can leave. Dark North Sage saw that Xia Ping accepted the Death Substitution Talisman and was very satisfied. He believed that with the Death Substitution Talisman, Xia Ping would not be killed by the sages so easily. This was his only disciple, and he could not let him be killed just like that. Then he sat cross-legged on the praying mat, seemingly planning to meditate and cultivate. In fact, the main reason he called Xia Ping this time was to give Xia Ping the Death Substitution Talisman. "Yes, Master." Seeing Dark North Sage like this, Xia Ping nodded. It was not good to disturb his master's cultivation now, so he left Dark North Peak alone. However, as soon as he left the Dark North Peak, a white-robed elder suddenly walked up to him. He was a sempiternal realm pinnacle sage. Junior brother Xia, this old man is the steward of the All Saints Palace, White Willow Sage. I've been waiting near the northern Dark Peak for a long time. The white-robed old man introduced himself. Oh, I wonder why White Willow Saint is looking for me? You're actually waiting for me at the Biming Peak? Xia Ping raised his eyebrows and looked at the old man in white curiously. He was not worried that the old man would cause trouble for him. After all, the old man was a saint of the human clan, and this was the holy land of Taichu. Here's the thing. I'm here to tell Junior Brother Xia that you've become an immortal saint and have automatically been promoted to the All Saints Palace. As a member of the All Saints Palace, your authority and treatment in the holy land of Taichu will be improved. White Willow Sage smiled. Xia Ping's heart skipped a beat. The All Saints Hall was the strongest organization of the human race. It was also a powerful force that many human saints had gathered together. Only saints could join. As a matter of fact, the first thing the inner disciples of the Holy Land of Taichu and the Palace of Darkness did after reaching the sempiternal realm was to join the All Saints Palace. In this way, they would receive great benefits in the All Saints Palace and become one of the high-level leaders of the human clan. What are the benefits of becoming a member of the All Saints Palace? Xia Ping asked. Of course there are great benefits. First of all, you'll get permanent residence in the Holy Land of Taichu. You can also bring your immediate family members to live in the Holy Land of Taichu and have a certain quota to recommend geniuses to join the Holy Land of Taichu. White Willow Sage immediately smiled. At the same time, as a member of the All Saints Palace, you're also qualified to have your own mountain in the Holy Land of Taichu. These are all ownerless mountains. You can pick any one you like. He waved his hand and suddenly a virtual projection appeared in front of Xia Ping. Tens of millions of towering mountains appeared. They were densely packed and surrounded by clouds and mist, covering every corner of the Holy Land of Taichu like immortal mountains. There are so many mountains? Xia Ping blinked his eyes. Of course, after all, the Holy Land of Taichu is too big and there are too few saints. As a result, these mountains can't be fully occupied. White Willow Sage smiled. Okay, then I'll choose this mountain and name it Yellow Flame Peak. Xia Ping casually chose a mountain peak as his residence, and this mountain peak was exactly 100,000 kilometers away from the Dark North Peak. Anyway, it didn't make much difference which mountain was in the Holy Land of Taichu. Therefore, it was better to choose a mountain close to his master. In this way, they could take care of each other and it would be convenient for him to find his master if anything happened. Okay, then this mountain will belong to you from now on, Junior Brother Xia. I've already registered it. No one can enter Yellow Flame Peak at will. Otherwise, they'll be locked up in the demon-subduing tower forever. Seeing the mountain Xia Ping chose, White Willow Sage nodded and didn't care much. He immediately registered the mountain Xia Ping had chosen. Then he said that these mountains were private places, and private places were sacred and inviolable. If someone maliciously broke into private houses, they would be violating the rules of the Holy Land of Taichu and would be locked up in the demon-subduing tower, unable to come out for the rest of their lives. He told Xia Ping not to simply break into the residences of other sages. This was trespassing, and the consequences would be severe. Xia Ping would only have himself to blame if he was beaten to death. At this point, White Willow Sage suddenly thought of something and immediately said, "Oh yes, I almost forgot. Junior Brother Xia, you'll be rewarded for becoming a member of the All Sages Palace. You'll get 1 million starting points. Also, Junior Brother Xia won first place in the grand tournament, so you'll get 1 million points too. These points will be transferred to your account immediately." He listed out a series of rewards. Not bad. Xia Ping rubbed his chin, feeling very satisfied. In this grand tournament, he had already gotten 2 million points. In addition to the points he had won in the previous bet, he probably had more than 10 million points. This was a huge sum of money, enough to make even the ancient sages jealous. He wondered how many treasures he could exchange for with so many points. All right, I won't disturb junior brother Xia then. After saying that, White Willow Sage left. He was never sloppy and was extremely efficient. The residents of the Holy Land of Taichu? Seems like I can settle down in the Holy Land of Taichu. Xia Ping's figure flashed and immediately went to his new residence. Chapter 2265. At this moment, the news of Xia Ping becoming an immortal sage and obtaining first place in the Grand Tournament of Saint Lands spread like wildfire. Many of the foreign races knew about this. The news of Xia Ping becoming an immortal sage after cultivating for only a few decades shocked many of the sages. In fact, such news could not be hidden at all. Impossible. A human reaching the immortal sage after cultivating for only a few decades? What a joke. Since when was it so easy to break through to the immortal realm? Even if humans are born with a faster cultivation speed, it's still impossible. Some of the foreign races thought that it was fake news after hearing the news. The immortal realm was a realm that countless living beings dreamed of reaching. It was an extraordinary realm. Countless living beings were stuck at the bottleneck of the immortal realm, unable to break through. However, there was actually a human who was so monstrous. Who would dare to believe such a ridiculous thing? This matter is true. There is no doubt about it. We paid a huge price to obtain this information from within the human race. A foreign race sage said in a deep voice. His expression was extremely ugly. That's right. I couldn't believe it at first too. However, after confirming it again and again, it's true. Who would have thought that there would be such a monstrous human? This is unbelievable. The human race is getting scarier. In the ancient times, the human race was still a weak race. Although there were a few stronger ones, they were still weaker than us. However, after such a long time, the human race has surpassed us. Now, we are becoming the #1 race in the universe. Many of the foreign races sighed. They were fearful of the human race. As time passed, the human race's strength continued to rise. Now, they were almost like the overlord race. Are you kidding me? Since when did the human race become #1? Don't boost the morale of others and belittle your own. A foreign race sage shouted angrily. He felt that such words were too presumptuous. That's right. It's just the appearance of a human genius. What's the big deal? You make it sound like there are no geniuses in our race. What a joke. However, you have to admit that the human race is scary. Such a genius is not the only one. There are countless of them. The previous human genius was the Dark North Sage. Look at him now. He has already reached the invincible realm. No one can suppress him anymore. That's right. Dark North Sage is indeed a terrifying human. I've chased after him several times, but not only did I fail to kill him, I even made him stronger and stronger. Now, I'm no match for him at all. If we meet again, I'll have to run. Some of the sages recalled the monstrous genius of the previous era, the Dark North Sage. They had suffered many losses at the hands of the Dark North Sage, and many of their companions had even died at his hands. I heard that the human monster is the disciple of the Dark North Saint. His name is Xia Ping. A saint of a foreign race suddenly revealed Xia Ping's identity and background. What? That Dark North Saint actually has a disciple, and such a terrifying one at that. How long has it been? Previously, it wasn't enough for this fellow to bring calamity to our various races. To think that he actually taught such a disciple. Are you kidding me? Is this talent passed down from generation to generation? Hearing this news, the sages of the foreign races clenched their teeth and their faces darkened. Although they were unwilling to admit that the human race was the overlord, they had to admit that the threat posed by the human race was getting stronger and stronger. In truth, if it wasn't for the threat of the abyss demons, they would have joined forces to suppress the human race's development. How could they have waited until now? However, even with the presence of the abyssal demons, the conflict between the foreign races and the human race was still ongoing. Both sides had a blood feud, and when they met, they would definitely not show mercy. Especially when it came to assassinations of the human race geniuses, they never stopped. Every year, many of the human race geniuses would die at the hands of the foreign races. Now that such a terrifying monstrous genius had appeared in the human race, it made them feel as if there was a blade on their backs, and they felt an unprecedented threat. We cannot let the human race have another Dark North Sage, an invincible sage. Otherwise, the human race will really become the #1 race in the universe in the future, and we can only look up to them. Some of the foreign race sages were filled with killing intent as they clenched their fists. The human race had many invincible sages to begin with, and they were the pinnacle of the universe. With one more, it meant that the strength of the race would increase by a little, and their battle prowess would also tilt by a little. And the resources of their race would be greatly reduced. This was related to the future of all the major races. If the human race had another invincible sage, they might not be able to eat or sleep in peace, and they would never have a chance to rise again. That's right, a peerless genius like the Dark North Sage must not appear again. The human race is already terrifying. If another invincible sage appears, we will not be able to survive. We must kill that human Xia Ping and eradicate this huge threat. Many of the foreign race sages reached a consensus to kill the human race Xia Ping and eradicate this future threat. The problem is how to get rid of him. Now that he is hiding in the holy land of Taichu, it is too difficult to enter the human race's lair to kill him. It is almost impossible. Some of the foreign race sages said in a low voice. It doesn't matter. We can't kill him in the holy land of Taichu, but we can do it in the outside world. Let's wait and see. After all, this kid is a peerless genius, an immortal sage. If he wants to go further, he must go to the mystic area to look for opportunities. That will be our chance. Indeed. Once this kid appears in the mystic area, it will be easier to kill him. Maybe we won't have to pay a big price. But this kid is also a genius favored by the human race. I'm afraid he has countless life-saving treasures. That's nothing. It doesn't matter how many life-saving treasures he has. If we go all out and set up traps, this kid won't be able to escape. Set up an inescapable net. Once Xia Ping appears in the mystic area, immediately report his whereabouts. Then we will join forces and kill this kid. We must not give him any chance to escape. Many of the foreign race sages were full of murderous intent. Their desire to kill Xia Ping was boiling. If there was a chance, they would never let Xia Ping live. This was a life-and-death battle between races, a struggle for survival. There was no room for mercy. For a moment, the intelligence network of countless races in the entire mystic area began to move and began to closely monitor. If Xia Ping's trace appeared in the mystic area, it would immediately be known by the intelligence network of all races. It could be said that at this time, Xia Ping's name had been put on the kill list of the sages of the major races. Chapter 2266. It wasn't just the foreign races that knew about Xia Ping's ascension to the immortal sage level. Among the human race, especially the Eastern Cosmos where Xia Ping came from, this news had shocked the Eastern Cosmos sacred class sects. The birth of an immortal saint was enough to change the power structure of the Eastern Cosmos. You must be joking. Didn't Xia Ping join Qiankuan not long ago? Based on my impression of him, he's just a young lad. To think that he would actually advance to the sempiternal realm. Are all youngsters so formidable these days? Many elders were dumbfounded when they heard this news. They had cultivated for over 10,000 years, and some had even cultivated for close to 50,000 years. Their lifespans were about to run out. However, they were still stuck in the lightning tribulation realm and were unable to break through. Yet, a young lad who was only in his 20s had actually managed to advance to the sempiternal realm. This was truly a huge blow to them. Comparing oneself to another was truly infuriating. Previously, it was said that Xia Ping is a peerless genius and has a chance to become a sage. However, it's just a chance. There are too many geniuses in the Eastern universe who have a chance. That is indeed the case. Who could have expected that kid to advance to the sempiternal realm in the blink of an eye? that is beyond our imagination. The Qiankuan faction has really picked up a treasure this time. You've only been in the Holy Land of Taichu for a year, and you've already reached the immortal realm. Is the Holy Land of Taichu really that powerful? Could it be that there is some kind of treasure that can help him step into the Saint Realm? Don't be ridiculous. There are many geniuses who enter the Holy Land of Taichu or the Palace of Darkness every time, but only a few of them can reach the immortal realm. It can only be said that Xia Ping is not ordinary and cannot be compared to ordinary people. He is a rare genius. How did the Qiankuan faction manage to pick up such a treasure? I can't accept this. The Heaven and Earth sect is so lucky. They probably used up all the luck of their lives. Some elders from great sects gnashed their teeth in anger, feeling endless jealousy towards Universe sect's luck. Why did Universe sect take in such a monster disciple? Why didn't such a good thing happen to them? There's something that I feel is very serious. Originally, the Qiankuan sect had 3 sages. Now, there's another one. Wouldn't this be bad? Wouldn't the Qiankuan sect be able to ascend to the heavens? One sect with 4 sages. It's not as simple as just having 4 sages. Given how Xia Ping has already reached the sempiternal realm at such a young age, there's a good chance that he'll be able to reach the invincible realm as well. Looks like the Eastern cosmos will be dominated by the Qiankuan sect in the future. No one will be able to shake it in the slightest. The big shots of the 5 Elements sect, the Soaring Cloud sect, the Flying Celestial sect, and the other Saint-class sects of the Eastern universe were discussing this. They were completely shocked by this sudden news. They were extremely helpless, knowing that the Heaven and Earth sect's rise couldn't be stopped, no one able to suppress it. In the past, these forces had once had many conflicts with the Qiankuan faction, and it was even to the extent that there were huge conflicts of interest between them. However, after learning about this matter, all of them retreated and did not dare to fight against the Qiankuan faction. Within the Qiankuan sect, many elders, supreme elders, sect leader, and many elite disciples also found out about this matter. All of them were so excited that they almost fainted. They felt an unprecedented joy. I've long said that Junior Brother Xia's future is boundless. No one can stop his rise. His future is indeed boundless, but who would have thought that he would become a sage in just a few decades? Who would have thought that? It's indeed unexpected. Ordinary people wouldn't have thought of such a thing. Junior Brother Xia is probably a genius that only appears once in a billion years. Even in the entire history of the human race, he is an extremely brilliant genius. No wonder Dark North Sage would personally come out and make an exception to accept Junior Brother Xia as his disciple. Looks like he really has great foresight. Many elders of the Qiankuan sect sighed. Previously, they had thought that Xia Ping would become an immortal sage sooner or later, but they did not expect the surprise to come so quickly. It was so fast that they couldn't even react. Now that our Qiankuan sect has 4 sages, doesn't that mean that we can do whatever we want in the Eastern universe like a crab? Who would dare to disrespect our Qiankuan sect in the slightest? An elder of the Qiankuan sect was extremely excited. He stroked his white beard. Previously, those bastards from the 5 Elements sect and the Flying Celestial sect spoke rudely to me. Now, after the news of Junior Brother Xia becoming a sage spread, all of them ran over to apologize. The speed at which they changed their attitude is boundless. A supreme elder was very proud of himself. Clearly, he enjoyed the flattery of the elders of the other sections. Such flattery made him feel very comfortable. He had not felt so comfortable for tens of thousands of years. Isn't that so? Previously, those bastards from the 5 Elements sect wanted to fight with us over a resource planet. Now that the news of Junior Brother Xia becoming an immortal sage spread, they immediately gave up on this planet and even came to apologize. Previously, there was a pirate alliance that was extremely arrogant. They frequently plundered the few star regions that our Qiankuan sect ruled over. Now they are so scared that they fled overnight. They have been searching for traces for a period of time. The few forces of the Western universe that are bordering our Qiankuan sect have also been making small movements. Now they have all stopped. They have even retreated their military camps 30,000 light-years away. Many forces from the Southern Universe, Northern Universe, and Western Universe have also come to express goodwill to our Qiankuan sect. They have sent many gifts over. They are simply trying to stuff our Qiankuan star to the brim. The gifts we receive in a day are comparable to the income of the sect in the past 100,000 years. This is too exaggerated. This is the threat of a sage. Moreover, junior brother Xia isn't an ordinary sage. Many of the Qiankuan sect elders were very proud and felt very comfortable. They felt that the Qiankuan sect's matters were unprecedentedly smooth. No one dared to obstruct them. Cough cough, low profile, low profile. The Qiankuan sect leader coughed and said, although junior brother Xia has already become an immortal sage and our Qiankuan sect has 4 sages, the universe is too big and there are countless experts. It is best not to be too arrogant. We must remember the profound lesson from before. Be humble, and be even more humble. He expressed that although the Qiankuan sect was strong now, they couldn't be arrogant. They had to win people over with virtue and treat them with humility. Don't worry, sect leader. We are very familiar with such matters. We often win people over with virtue. Sect leader, I won't hide it from you. I feel that the Qiankuan sect only occupying 6 starfields is too small. Right now, we need to occupy at least 10 starfields to match our Qiankuan sect's status. Sect leader, think about it carefully. A giant over 10 meters tall living in a room that is only 100 square meters. Don't you feel sullen? It's not that we want to expand. It's just that such a small place can't accommodate us. That's right. This is how things should be done. If you don't advance, you will fall behind. We have to make use of this momentum to rapidly expand and strengthen the Qiankuan sect. The eyes of many Qiankuan sect elders shone brightly. For a time, the map of all the major forces in the Eastern Universe started to undergo a world-shaking change. Chapter 2267. Meanwhile, Nangong Wu, Qiushu, Su Ji, Su Mei, Jiang Yaru, Chu Rong, Yu Qiqi, and the others had all returned to the Qiankuan faction. They had also received the news that Xia Ping had advanced to the sempiternal realm. However, because of Qiushue and Su Mei's relationship, they had already known about this matter. Even after knowing the news, they were not particularly surprised. Now, this bad guy's name is probably going to shake the universe. He has only cultivated for 20 to 30 years and he has already reached this level. This is indeed rare. I can't compare myself to this monster. Otherwise, I'll be angered to death. That's right. We also have our own cultivation steps. We just need to take it slow. There won't be any problems. Nangong Wu and the others clenched their fists. Even though they could not compare to a peerless monster like Xia Ping, they were still geniuses themselves. After some fortuitous encounters, coupled with the large amount of spiritual medicine that Xia Ping had given them, they had all advanced to the Golden Core realm. For an ordinary person, this kind of cultivation speed was already frightening enough. Therefore, they were not discouraged and continued to cultivate step by step. However, because of their special relationship with Xia Ping, their status in the Qiankuan sect was greatly improved. In the Western cosmos, in a certain cosmos mystic realm, it was a trial ground set up by the demon Divine Hall. Tu Linglong and Blue Luan were also at this place. They also knew the news of Xia Ping ascending to the immortal realm. Damn it! This bastard's progress is so fast. How long has it been? He has already reached the same level as a sacred beast. Even if we complete all the tasks assigned by the sacred beast temple, our ultimate goal is to become a sacred beast. Tu Linglong was indignant. She couldn't accept that Xia Ping's advancement speed was so fast. There's nothing we can do about it. This human is indeed a rare genius. Qing Luan said. Sister Qing Luan, why do I feel like you've been speaking up for him recently? Did something happen between you and this bastard? Tu Linglong looked at Qing Luan suspiciously. Qing Luan's pretty face blushed. She seemed to recall what she had experienced with Xia Ping last time. That was her first time. How could she forget such a thing? However, she quickly covered up such a gaffe. You're thinking too much. I'm just speaking the truth. I don't mean anything else. Forget it, let's not care about these things. Anyway, We have to finish the task assigned by the Demon Saint Temple as soon as possible and get the Demon Saint's inheritance. We can't let this bad guy take the lead. Tu Linglong took a look and didn't find anything fishy. She clenched her fists and was full of fighting spirit. Even now, she didn't give up the idea of defeating Xia Ping, that bastard human. Eastern Universe, Blood Soul Continent. At this moment, Lu Rulan had silently returned to the continent where Blood Soul Saint was. She had also received news of Xia Ping ascending to Undying from the Universe Virtual Network. As expected of Xia Ping, he's really amazing. Looks like I have to pass the Blood Soul Saints test as soon as possible and dig out the final secret of this continent. A cold glint flashed in Lu Rulan's eyes. Her current strength was different from the past. She had advanced to the Thunder Retribution realm. Advancing by leaps and bounds was not enough to describe the speed of her improvement. Her strength had increased by countless times. It could be said that no one in the entire Blood Soul continent was a match for her. However, the Blood Soul continent still had a large number of secret treasures left behind by the Blood Soul Saint. She had to take the risk to return to this continent again. This was related to her own growth. Once she obtained the final inheritance of the Blood Soul Saint, it would be a piece of cake for her to advance to the Sage Realm. The person who benefited the most from the news of Xia Ping's advancement to Undying was none other than Feng Hetong, who was still in the Heaven and Earth faction. As Xia Ping's #1 lackey, he was doing very well in the Heaven and Earth faction. Xia Ping was originally a disciple of a sage, so his status was rather high. It was enough for countless people to curry favor with Feng Hetong, who had a good relationship with Xia Ping. Now that Xia Ping had advanced to the Sage Realm, it caused a stir in the entire Heaven and Earth faction. Many disciples of the Heaven and Earth faction, and even many forces in the Eastern Universe, had heard of Feng Hetong's name. It could be said that Feng Hetong was doing very well now. His network covered the entire Eastern Universe. Everyone wanted to make friends with him and at the same time, get close to Xia Ping. He was also very good at socializing. He was slick and handled all relationships well. There were even many humans from planet Yanhuang who had the Corpse Beast's bloodline and had become the Corpse Beast's dependents. There were now tens of millions of them. Through Feng Hetong's connections, they were able to enter the major saint-grade sects in the Eastern Universe. Of course, if all of them entered the Heaven and Earth faction, it would naturally not be a problem. With Xia Ping's reputation, no elder would dare to refuse. However, all eggs could not be placed in one basket. If one wanted to expand the forces of humans from planet Yanhuang, they must blend into the major organizations in the universe and become one of them. If these humans from planet Yanhuang grew up completely, they would be able to occupy an extremely important position in the major organizations in the universe. In this way, a huge intelligence network and relationship network would be formed. Moreover, these humans from planet Yanhuang who were the dependents of the Corpse Beasts were extremely talented. As long as they devoured a large amount of materials, they could continuously improve their cultivation base. They would not encounter any bottlenecks before advancing to the Sage Realm. Such geniuses were elites worthy of being cultivated by the major forces. Therefore, they quickly occupied a certain degree of status in the major organizations. Feng Hetong also named this organization Ping Tian Sect. It was an extension of the previous organization in the Cloud Continent. As Xia Ping's #1 lackey, he naturally knew that as long as he could hold onto Xia Ping's thigh, he would be able to rise rapidly. If he had the chance, he might even be able to advance to the Sage Realm. To be honest, after coming to the universe, he also began to have the ambition of immortality. The expansion of the Eastern Universe has been completed. Next, Ping Tian Sect will continue to expand into the Northern Universe, the Southern Universe, the Western Universe, and even the Central Universe. Feng Hetong was ambitious. If the many elites of planet Yanhuang could be released into every corner of the human territory, then the people of planet Yanhuang would definitely occupy an extremely important position in the human race. This was also an important plan formulated by Xia Ping. Although this plan was only in its embryonic form, as time passed, the power that Ping Tian Sect developed and displayed was enough to make any force tremble in fear. After all, the elites of each force were still limited, and geniuses were in the minority. However, the dependents of these corpse beasts were different. Apart from being unable to surpass the corpse beast Luna, they had almost no bottlenecks. They only needed to consume a large amount of resources to break through. They could definitely be regarded as the elites of the elites. Therefore, the human forces from Yanhuang Star are also expanding rapidly, silently, which will slowly bring a profound impact on the forces of the entire universe. Chapter 2268. The Holy Land of Taichu, Yanhuang Peak. Xia Ping had already built this mountain peak into his own cave residence. The entire mountain peak was covered with a tyrannical restrictive array formation. Even a slight move would affect the entire mountain, making it impossible for anyone to approach it. Now he was the only one on the entire peak. There were no other servants, only some intelligent cleaning robots responsible for cleaning up the Yanhuang Peak. It was peaceful and quiet. Beep, at this moment, the system's voice sounded. Congratulations to the host. This time, you have angered a large number of disciples from the Holy Land of Taichu and the Palace of Darkness, causing a lot of hatred. This time, you have received a total of 30 hatred crystals. 30 hatred crystals? Hearing this, Xia Ping was overjoyed. This time, he set up this trap not only to obtain a large number of points, but also to obtain a large number of hatred crystals. Now it seemed that he had indeed obtained hatred crystals this time. Although it seemed that 30 hatred crystals were not as good as the previous times, with the 970 hatred crystals he had obtained before, he now had 1,000 hatred crystals. This had reached the threshold of the system's big gift package. Sure enough, as soon as he got 30 hatred crystals, the system's voice sounded again. Congratulations to the host, the number of hatred crystals has reached 1,000. You can get a big gift package from the system. Boom! The next second, the void cracked, and suddenly a black and white book fell into Xia Ping's hands. Xia Ping subconsciously took the book, and immediately a huge stream of information poured into the depths of his sea of consciousness. He also immediately understood the name of this book, the Book of Karma. And this book also had another name, the Book of Life and Death. No way, this is the Book of Karma, the Book of Life and Death. Xia Ping was taken aback. Of course, he knew how terrifying the Book of Life and Death was. It was a legendary artifact that controlled the life and death of all living beings in the world. As long as a living being was recorded in the Book of Life and Death, it would control the life and death of this living being, its lifespan, and everything it had experienced. His divine sense immediately penetrated into the book, completely refining it and engraving it with his own soul imprint. Clatter. Suddenly, the book was immediately controlled and refined by him, and more information flowed in the depths of his sea of consciousness. As long as there is a karmic connection with the host, even if the host escapes to the ends of the universe, the karma connection will not be severed until the karma is severed, the enemy dies, and the soul disperses. Ability 3. Karma Barrier. No matter how strong the enemy's strength was, it could be shielded and even reflected back. From cause to effect and from effect to cause. This ability can only be used once every 2 hours. Rumble, in the blink of an eye, Xia Ping understood a portion of the Karma Tome's abilities. He knew that this tome contained the laws of karma, an unimaginable power of laws. Every cause had an effect, and every effect had a cause. Even a saint who had jumped out of the river of fate could not escape the law of cause and effect. Vaguely, he realized that countless karma lines had appeared in the depths of the void, extending in all directions. Some were long, some were short, some were thick, and some were thin. They extended to every corner of the universe. These incorporeal karma lines were connected to his master, Dark North Saint, Nangong Wu, Qiushu, Su Ji, Su Mei Jiangyaru, Chu Rong, Yuchichi, Tu Linglong, Qing Wan, Lu Rulan, and others. At the same time, it was also connected to Luna, Tan Menglu, Little Dumbo, Chong Shaoqian, his parents, relatives, underlings, and others. There were even many people who he met by chance, and people who held grudges against him. However, the karma lines of these people were very weak and could break at any time. And all of this information was recorded into the Book of Karma, turning into countless information. With a whoosh, the Book of Karma flipped to a page. Reincarnation Pen, Book of Karma, Morning Staff, Hell Spear, Hell Golden Crow Bloodline. Xia Ping narrowed his eyes. He felt that the system was slowly nurturing him to become the true Lord of Hell. These were all powerful and unfathomable powers that came from the most fundamental source of Hell. System, are these treasures from Hell? He asked. That's right, these are all treasures from Hell, containing unimaginable power, the system answered. There is something I need to inform the host. The Reincarnation Pen and Book of Karma, these two divine weapons, are one of the components of Hell's strongest treasure. 6 Paths of Reincarnation. What? The 6 Paths of Reincarnation is also a treasure? Hearing this, Xia Ping couldn't help but be stunned. Of course it is a treasure. The system answered. When the universe was first born, the 6 Paths of Reincarnation had yet to appear. It was also the strongest divine weapon forged by the Lord of Hell using his supreme power. Xia Ping carefully asked and found out some important information. At that time, the world of Hell was very chaotic. Countless gods and demons fought for hegemony, mountains stood in great numbers, vassals rose up, countless demons, asuras, gods and demons killed each other, causing blood to flow like rivers. It was similar to the current Hell. At this time, an extremely powerful god and demon in Hell accidentally obtained the Reincarnation Pen, Book of Karma, and other divine weapons of laws. It used its supreme power and rare materials to forge the 6 Paths of Reincarnation. This divine weapon was extremely powerful. It contained the power of laws, the power of the great Tao, and was indestructible. As long as the true spirits of the gods and demons under them were recorded in the Book of Karma, they would be able to reincarnate in the 6 Paths of Reincarnation forever. No power could kill the living beings protected by the 6 Paths of Reincarnation. Once they died in battle, the souls of these living beings would return to the 6 Paths of Reincarnation and be reborn. The result was obvious. With the 6 Paths of Reincarnation, the gods and demons under the Lord of Hell were able to be reborn through the 6 Paths of Reincarnation without any loss of power. After all, the gods under the Lord of Hell's banner could be reborn through the 6 Paths of Reincarnation without any loss of power. Therefore, as time passed, this army swept through the entire Hell, and the god and demon under the Lord of Hell were able to be reborn through the 6 Paths of Reincarnation without any loss of power. Therefore, as time passed, this army swept through the entire Hell, and the god and demon naturally became the Lord of Hell, the true supreme ruler. His name resounded throughout the universe. 6 Paths of Reincarnation? Hearing this, Xia Ping was also shocked. Indeed, as the system said, if he had the strongest divine weapon like the 6 Paths of Reincarnation, it would be equivalent to having an army of the undead by his side. Naturally, he would be invincible and invincible. After all, even the saints wouldn't dare to say that they were immortal, but with the protection of the 6 Paths of Reincarnation, they would dare to say that they couldn't be killed. Chapter 2269. But if it's true, why did the Lord of Hell die in the end? The Reincarnation Brush and the Book of Karma are scattered all over the place. Xia Ping narrowed his eyes, feeling that this matter was unusual. The Lord of Hell who possessed the 6 Paths of Reincarnation was practically invincible. Even if the human race, monster race, and other peak races banded together, they would not be a match for him. But now, he had actually disappeared without a trace. This was truly unbelievable. He could not imagine how such an invincible Lord of Hell could fall. That's simple. It's because an enemy destroyed the 6 Paths of Reincarnation, causing the infernal gods and devils to lose their immortality ability. Naturally, they were defeated, and in the end, even the Lord of Hell died in battle. The system replied. What enemy? Hearing these words, Xia Ping's heart skipped a beat and he immediately asked. He was very interested in this matter, because there was actually an enemy who could destroy the 6 Paths of Reincarnation, defeat the Lord of Hell, and destroy the entire world of Hell. This was simply an earth-shattering event. Just what kind of enemy could kill the Lord of Hell and destroy the 6 paths of reincarnation? Such power had probably long surpassed that of the old ancestors of the human race and had reached an unimaginable level. Host does not have sufficient authority to answer. The system replied, indicating that it could not reveal this information. Right now, Xia Ping's strength and authority were completely insufficient. Can I really not reveal it? You can pay me with hatred crystals. Xia Ping asked, unwilling to give up. Host does not have sufficient authority to answer. However, the system still replied mechanically. It did not have any emotions and was just a program. Even if Xia Ping threatened it verbally, it would not be affected. Damn it, it's this damned authority again. Hearing these words, Xia Ping felt extremely helpless. Because he had no way to force the system to answer these questions, he could only put these matters aside for the time being. In fact, even if he knew these things now, it would not be of much use. With his current strength, even if he knew, he would not be able to do anything. Forget it, my strength is still too weak now. There's no point in knowing these things. Seems like I have to continue to become stronger. Xia Ping's eyes gleamed, and a desire to become stronger surged from the depths of his heart. He wanted to climb higher and see more wondrous scenery. It's about time for me to make a breakthrough to Sempiternal Realm Advanced Stage. He felt that it was about time for him to advance to Sempiternal Realm Advanced Stage. He had already digested most of the energy from the longevity pill and stabilized his foundation. In truth, there were no bottlenecks between Sempiternal Realm Primary Stage, Intermediate Stage, and Advanced Stage. As long as one had sufficient energy and resources, they would be able to advance their cultivation swiftly. Normal undying saints didn't have that kind of wealth, so they could only do it step by step, slowly devouring the universe energy for billions of years to reach undying peak. Or, they could go through life and death situations to fight in the strife zones and obtain large amounts of treasures. Only then would they be able to break through quickly. Back then, Dark North Sage had entered the mystic zones and fought against the sages of the various races. That was how he had risen so quickly, and his strength far surpassed his peers, becoming invincible. However, Xia Ping was different. He obtained the illusion race treasury and obtained large amounts of cultivation resources. His wealth was far beyond the imagination of ordinary undying saints. It was like a pauper and a rich second-generation heir who inherited the wealth of a billionaire. They were on the same level, but their starting points were completely different. Hence, he naturally didn't need to cultivate step by step. He only needed to devour longevity pills. Right now, he didn't have much, but he had too many longevity pills. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to finish them all. While thinking of this, Xia Ping didn't hesitate. He immediately took out a large number of longevity pills from the mountain river pearl and devoured them. They were quickly converted into a large amount of magic power that flowed into every corner of his body. 10,000, 20,000, 30,000. In the end, he had swallowed a total of 100,000 longevity pills. These longevity pills were like they were free. They rapidly entered his stomach and were refined by the sun furnace in his body. The impurities were purified and only the purest origin energy of the universe was left behind. Rumble, the energy from refining 100,000 longevity pills was extremely astonishing. It was like a landslide or a tsunami. It crazily surged within Xia Ping's body and rushed into his 9 purple mansion spaces. The magic power in the depths of his body was also rising. In just a few breaths' time, it had reached its peak. This was equivalent to saving him millions of years of effort. If the undying saints saw this cultivation speed, their intestines would probably turn green from jealousy. The heavens were really unfair. After an unknown period of time, the surging magic power easily broke through a small bottleneck in his body. It was as if a door on his body had been completely opened, and all the restraints on his body were removed. Sempiternal Late Stage. Xia Ping's eyes shone with a shocking light. He immediately felt that he had finally broken through to Sempiternal Late Stage. The bottleneck that had been troubling him was immediately torn apart. With his body as the center, a terrifying energy storm immediately appeared, destroying everything in its surroundings. Layers of space were penetrated, and crackling sounds could be heard. It was as if even the spatial barriers were being torn apart. Fortunately, he was in Yanhuang Peak, and there were restrictions everywhere, trapping all the energy tides within this area. This prevented others from noticing such a phenomenon. I've finally broken through to sempiternal late stage. Xia Ping was extremely excited. The magic power in his body surged rapidly. Every single purple mansions expanded, and every corner of his body was filled with a vast amount of magic power. It was at least twice as powerful as before. At the same time, his divine sense had become even more terrifying. Previously, it could only cover a range of 20 light years, but now, it had expanded to 40 light years. Even an ordinary near-ancient saint would not be able to match up to such a level of divine sense. Vaguely, Xia Ping could feel that his divine sense could easily penetrate through space and comprehend the vast power of space. It felt like the barriers of space were becoming more and more blurry to him. When he completely comprehended the law of space, he would be able to truly reach the level of a near-ancient saint. After reaching sempiternal late stage, the golden crow of hell cells in Xia Ping's body were also awakening at a crazy rate. Currently, he had awakened a total of 9 billion golden crow of hell cells. At this moment, the golden crow of hell bloodline in his body had become even denser. Every single golden crow of hell cell was like a sun, stored in every corner of his body. A vast power was hidden in Xia Ping's body like a dragon in hibernation. Once it erupted, the power it could display would definitely be earth-shattering. Chapter 2270. A few days later, Xia Ping was still staying in the Yanhuang Peak of the Holy Land of Taichu. After a few days of seclusion, he had completely consolidated his late-stage sempiternal realm cultivation and integrated all his powers. I'm afraid I'll have to go to the Mystic Zone next. At this time, he opened his eyes, which were shining with a glimmer of light. As a sage, only by going to the Mystic Zone could one grow at the fastest speed, because there were a lot of treasures suitable for the growth of sages in that place, but there were not many in other universes. Therefore, if a sage stayed in other universes, their growth would be very slow. Sometimes, there would be no change even after hundreds of millions of years. However, it had to be said that the Mystic Zone was also extremely dangerous. It was a place where tens of thousands of races competed for hegemony. Not to mention the immortal sages, even the sages of the ancient era and the medieval era died in large numbers in that place, as if they were completely worthless. It was a complete meat grinder for sages. But before going to the Mystic Zone, I'd better try my best to improve myself and prepare some life-saving treasures. After thinking about it, Xia Ping decided to log into the internal network of the Holy Land of Taichu. He had obtained tens of millions of points before, which could be exchanged for a large number of treasures in the Holy Land of Taichu. There was no reason for him to save them now. The so-called points were only meaningful when they were spent. With a beep, he immediately logged into the internal network of the Holy Land of Taichu. Immediately, he found that after becoming an immortal sage and joining the All Saints Palace, his authority had been greatly improved. In the past, he was restricted from exchanging for items and was not allowed to read the internal information. This was the great benefit of being an immortal sage. There are so many treasures. Xia Ping looked at the exchange list and immediately drooled. These treasures were collected by the human race from all over the universe. Even if you had the money, you might not be able to buy them in the outside world. In just one page, he saw many treasures that tempted him. However, he still suppressed his desire to exchange for treasures. Although 10 million points seemed to be a lot, it would only take him a few minutes to spend them. His current net worth was still far from that. Master, I think the first treasure to exchange for is the refining material that can improve your natal magic treasure, the Bell of Chaos. At this moment, the Green Ox gave his opinion. In the Saint Realm, the most important treasure is actually a treasure that can withstand soul attacks. Physical defense is secondary. The Bell of Chaos is already a low-quality saint artifact, yet it possesses great defensive power against soul attacks. It's a powerful treasure with great potential. I think Master should increase its power. It felt that the potential of the Bell of Chaos was endless. Hearing those words, Xia Ping nodded in agreement. That was indeed the case. After reaching the sempiternal realm, every sage would possess an indestructible body, making it very difficult for them to be killed by other sages. If it were not for the fact that he had a powerful magic treasure that could directly destroy the soul of a sage, he would not have been able to kill a sage of the same level. After all, even if a sage of the same level could not defeat him, he could still escape. Therefore, sages at this stage were extremely eager to obtain a magic treasure that could defend against soul attacks. As long as they could find such a magic treasure, it would be even more difficult for them to be killed. Once they reached this realm, all the sages would learn to hide. Only by living for a long time would they have the chance to advance to a higher realm. They would not be killed the moment they left their seclusion. No. At that moment, Corinne also jumped out. The Bell of Chaos is indeed not bad, but Master has already obtained a large number of sound rune stones and other refinement materials from the illusion race's treasury. It's more than enough for you to increase it during this period. In my opinion, the most important thing now is to exchange for a large number of treasures and increase the star's power. One had to know that the mystic zone was vast and boundless. No one knew just how big it was. Moreover, it was very difficult to perform spatial jumps in the mystic zone. The distance between cities exceeded hundreds of millions of light years, or even billions of light years. The distance was so huge that it was terrifying. If the star's power did not increase and speed did not increase, just rushing through the mystic zone would take a lot of time. Moreover, it would be very easy for them to be chased by other fast sages. Moreover, the stars was not as simple as a spaceship. Its current main body was the constellation vine, an immortal rank plant. If it continued to grow, it would become extremely powerful. Ordinary sages would not be a match for the constellation vine at all. Not only could it kill enemies, but it could also easily trap enemies. It was killing two birds with one stone. As for the Bell of Chaos, although it's indeed not bad, I think it's not too late to increase it later. There's no need to waste resources at this time. It also expressed its opinion. Bullshit. Seeing this archenemy jump out to oppose him, Green Ox was furious. What's a small spaceship? It's our first time in the Mystic Zone. Why would we need to go too far? Of course, it's enough to just wander around near the human encampment. We don't need spaceships for the time being. If we really need it, can't we find other sages' spaceships to help us? On the other hand, the Bell of Chaos is different. Who knows what kind of battle will happen? Of course, it's better to refine defensive treasures. Only then can we improve our life-saving abilities. That's the most important thing. Damn Ox, what do you know? Corinne said disdainfully. What do you mean wander around near the human encampment? If we want to find treasures, of course we have to stay far away from the human encampment. We have to go to the outskirts. Such places have long been ransacked by the human sages. There are no treasures left. Only by going to some remote and extremely dangerous wilderness will we have a chance to find treasures useful to the sages. At that time, we need the help of spaceships. You can also say that you can stay in the human encampment, but you've already come to the Mystic Zone. If you want to be safe, you might as well stay in the holy land of Taichu. Why take the risk? You still have the nerve to say that you need to find other sages for help. What a joke. You're not familiar with the people in the Mystic Zone. Why would they help you? If they really help you if you find treasures, shouldn't you give them a share? Don't you know how troublesome it is without your own spaceship? Moreover, Xia Ping has many secrets. We can't let outsiders know and leak them. You stinky cat, you just want to go against me, don't you? Black Ox was driven mad and wanted to tear Corinne to pieces. Go against me then. Bite me if you can. Corinne said disdainfully. But Xia Ping was speechless. He restrained the two old men. Otherwise, they would really fight. He said, you two calculate how many points are needed to upgrade the Bell of Chaos and the stars. See if we have enough points now. If it's not enough, it's not too late to think of another way. No problem. Corinne and Green Ox said in unison. They did not back down at all and stood in sharp opposition. Chapter 2271. An hour later, Green Ox and Corinne carefully calculated and looked at the exchange list. After a strict review, they finally came to a conclusion. To improve the power of the Bell of Chaos, you need a large number of sound stones. Master already has a lot, so there's no need to exchange for now. Green Ox said in a deep voice. In addition, you also need some rare universe-level materials, such as Ninth Heaven Cold Iron, 100 million year copper essence, Star Stone, etc., to increase the toughness and physical defense of the Bell of Chaos. You also need Radiant Moon Soul Stone, Earthly Soul Stone, etc. These two strange ores can resist the power of soul attacks and greatly weaken the enemy's soul attack power. And if you exchange all the above universe ores and mix the ratio and quantity, I carefully calculated that you will need about 3 million points. He listed the cost of materials to improve the Bell of Chaos. As for improving the power of stars, it needs to exchange for 10 portions of Water of Life, a special water type, or 10,000 layers soft crystal, a portion of Milky Way cinnabar, etc., as well as a variety of refining materials. Corinne also revealed his plan to improve stars. And if you exchange all these materials from the Holy Land of Taichu, you will need about 8 million points. In that case, a total of 1 million points is just enough. There's no need to argue. Xia Ping was very satisfied. As expected, it was right to cheat the disciples of the Holy Land of Taichu and the Palace of Darkness. Otherwise, he did not know where he could get so many points. Moreover, some special universe materials could not be bought with money, and his Pearl of Mountains and Rivers did not have them. Green Ox and Corinne glared at each other, but they did not say anything. Since they had enough points, there was no need to argue. The two things could be carried out simultaneously. In the blink of an eye, another 3 months passed. Within these 3 months, Xia Ping used his points to exchange for a large number of treasures to refine stars and Bell of Chaos. The Holy Land of Taichu was very efficient. Often, these treasures would be delivered the next day as soon as the order was placed. They did not need to waste too much time in between. Boom. First was the Bell of Chaos. At this moment, it had been upgraded to a mid-grade sacred artifact. It had been integrated with a large number of sound stones, 9 heaven cold iron, 100 million year copper essence, star stone, and other rare materials, which had greatly improved its quality. Most importantly, its main material, the chaotic scarlet iron, had further refined its power. The entire Bell of Chaos was filled with dense chaotic chi. It was as if many mysterious restriction arrays had appeared inside the Bell of Chaos. These restriction arrays were densely packed and combined together, forming nomological patterns. It could be said that now that the Bell of Chaos had reached the peak of medium-quality Saint artifact, its attacks were more than 10 times more powerful than before. Regular high-quality Saint artifacts were no match for it. Furthermore, this attack was targeted at the soul. This was definitely a great weapon that could be used against sages. At the same time, its defensive power was also enhanced. As long as Xia Ping's soul merged with the Bell of Chaos, the enemy's soul attack power would be weakened by more than 50%. That was 50%. Even an ordinary high-grade soul defense sacred weapon would not be able to do this. The soul attack power of an ordinary sage would be weakened by 50%. Coupled with the soul defense magic power that he had cultivated, there were probably only a few that could truly reach his body. The reason why it possessed such a powerful soul defense was because of the chaotic scarlet iron. It contained a powerful chaotic aura, which was enough to isolate most of the power's corrosion. Secondly, there was the effect of the sound pattern stone. It contained the power of the laws of sound patterns. Sometimes, an attack was also a defense. It possessed the power of soul attacks, causing the void to tremble. This way, it would also cancel out the enemy's soul attack power. If the Bell of Chaos advanced to a high-quality Saint artifact, its defense would probably increase explosively again and weaken by more than 70%. If it could advance to a Supreme Saint artifact, it would probably weaken by 90%. This was the powerful treasure that could make the Bell of Chaos invincible. This was also the Bell of Chaos' endless potential. The Bell of Chaos is too powerful. The green ox was satisfied. He felt that this treasure was his greatest masterpiece. If his master, the Mountain River Saint, had had such a soul defense treasure back then, he probably would not have died in the primordial war. However, he also knew that this was wishful thinking. After all, he did not know where to find the chaotic scarlet iron. Sometimes, it was extremely difficult to find a suitable soul defense saint artifact. It could not be bought even with money. The stars have also advanced to the level of a mid-quality saint artifact. After understanding the power of the Bell of Chaos, Xia Ping immediately put this treasure away. Then he looked at the stars on the ground. At this moment, it had been refined by a large number of treasures and activated by the origin of the world tree. Its main body, the star's vine, immediately grew and advanced to the level of a peak mid-quality saint artifact. Its internal space was more than 100 times larger than before, and it could accommodate more things. The interior of the spaceship was like a planet, vast and boundless. At the same time, its speed had increased by more than 10 times. Ordinary saint-level spaceships could not catch up to it. When it flew, it was like a meteor streaking across, leaving behind only a trace of starlight. Following that, its attack power became even more terrifying. In an instant, it could turn into a star's vine that spanned tens of millions of kilometers. Thousands of vines surged out, like stars. The moment it appeared, it seemed to form a country of plants, turning into a forest. It even had the ability to seal the void. Beams of starlight intertwined, and it was enough to trap enemies in the star's vine. More importantly, the size of the star's vine was too huge. This was definitely a huge advantage in battles against enemies. Ordinary saints would not be able to destroy many of such immortal bodies even if they were tired of killing them. Sometimes, just as one vine was destroyed, another one would grow again. This was the terrifying thing about immortal plants. Their recovery speed was much faster than that of ordinary saints. In fact, during a battle between saints, the larger the creature, the greater the advantage. This meant that their immortal bodies were harder to destroy. Therefore, human saints who were small in size were at a disadvantage when compared to saints of other races. Fortunately, human saints comprehended laws faster than ordinary saints, so there were more high-level saints. Moreover, they were also good at refining magic treasures. This made up for a lot of their disadvantages. As expected of my stars. It's getting stronger and stronger. Corinne was mesmerized by it, feeling that it was a masterpiece that he had personally created. Well, it's time to set off for the mystic zones. At the thought of this, Xia Ping felt that he was almost ready and was ready to head to the mystic zones. Chapter 2272. However, before heading to the mystic zones, Xia Ping first went to the Dark North Peak to greet his master. Master! Xia Ping came to a palace in the Dark North Peak and saw his master sitting cross-legged in meditation. Oh, you plan to go to the mystic zones? Dark North opened his eyes and looked at Xia Ping. Yes, I will go to the mystic zones in a few days. Xia Ping nodded. The mystic zones are a very dangerous place where tens of thousands of races fight for hegemony. I believe you know this very well. Dark North Sage looked at Xia Ping and said, Moreover, your name is now very famous. I reckon that Xia Ping's name has already spread throughout the universe. Some of the peak races are probably waiting for you to enter the mystic zones, and there are many traps waiting for you. They are probably willing to pay a certain price to destroy you. When you go to the mystic zones, you will probably be ambushed from all sides. At that time, it won't be training anymore. You will just be going to the mystic zones to die. Disciple knows. But Master, are you saying this because you have a way to avoid this? Xia Ping looked at Dark North curiously. He could hear the hidden meaning in his master's words. There is one way. That is to hide your identity and appearance and create a fake identity. This way, you can enter the mystic zones as another sage and no one will discover your true identity. Dark North indicated that Xia Ping could create a fake identity. Xia Ping asked, You don't have to worry about this. The upper echelons of the human race have the power to create a fake identity for you. It is guaranteed to be legal and no races in the universe can find anything fishy. Dark North smiled. It was impossible for an ordinary person to create a fake identity under the strict system of the human race. However, it was easy for the upper echelons of the human race to create a fake identity. Not to mention, the universe virtual network was under the control of the upper echelons of the human race. Now, you can imagine the name of your fake identity and the title you will have after you become a sage. Dark North said, the title of sage was a Taoist title that every human would take after becoming a sage. It represented a new life. For example, Dark North, Xiaoyao Ancestor, Emptiness Ancestor, etc. These were actually their Taoist titles and not their real names. However, after billions of years, these Taoist titles became their real names and their previous names were forgotten. Of course, if one didn't want to, one could also choose not to take a Taoist name. This was also one's freedom. However, most sages would also choose one for themselves. This was also a tradition. Upon hearing this, Xia Ping thought about it carefully. Call me Fengdu. In the future, you can call me the Fengdu Saint. He recalled his relationship with the infernal realm. Fengdu was the capital of the infernal realm, the core of the infernal realm, the city of ghosts and gods. Using this name as his Taoist name couldn't be any more appropriate. Is everything okay? Your identity has been reported, and you will soon have a fake identity. Dark North Sage nodded, waved his hand, and immediately reported Xia Ping's information. Then he grabbed at the void and immediately took out a new communicator. This is a new communicator. It has the chip of the Holy Land of Taichu installed in it. It can connect to the universe virtual network anytime, anywhere. This communicator represents your new identity. It contains your genetic information, past experiences, and so on. Except for the Grand Masters of the human clan, no one has the authority to look up your information. With a snap, Xia Ping took the communicator. It was equivalent to him having two identities in the human world. Moreover, he had the help of the upper echelons of the human clan, so no one could find out. Immediately, the communicator turned into an intelligent bracelet, wrapped around his wrist, and fused with it. The next day, Xia Ping left Yanhuang Peak and changed into the appearance of the Fengdu Saint. Then, he left the Holy Land of Taichu with the stars and went to a large world in the ordinary area of the central universe, the Tsangyue world. This world was actually a transit station, responsible for teleporting the sages to a place in the mystic zones. After all, it would probably take decades or even hundreds of years to fly from the ordinary area to the mystic zones. The journey was extremely long. In order to shorten the distance between the mystic zones and the ordinary areas, the sages of the human clan spent a lot of effort to build 3 large transit worlds and opened up more than a dozen space tunnels to teleport the sages to the mystic zones. Of course, people who weren't sages could also reach the mystic zones, but it required a lot of money to open a portal. After all, opening a portal required a lot of energy, and ordinary people couldn't afford it at all. I'm here. After a few more days, Xia Ping finally arrived at the Tsangyue world. It was a large world with a diameter of more than 1,000 light-years. The entire world looked like a war fortress, tightly guarded and airtight. This was to be expected. After all, this place was an important space tunnel for the human clan to go to the mystic zones. If the enemy destroyed it, they would suffer heavy losses. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In the void, spaceships were sailing over from afar. Because Xia Ping wasn't the only one who came to this place. Sages from all over the universe, not just the Holy Land of Taichu, but also the Palace of Darkness and even some individual sages would come to this place. This place was also a public facility of the human clan, and any sage could come here. Therefore, there were many sages heading to the Tsangyue world. It was considered a busy transportation area. At this time, Corinne's voice was heard. The signal has been connected. We have received the signal guidance from the Tsangyue world. The spaceship has also passed the identity verification and is about to enter the Tsangyue world spaceship docking base. Boom. In the next second, the defensive energy shield of the Tsangyue world opened, guiding the stars into the world's docking base. Then, it quickly landed. At this moment, there were many Tribulation Realm guards on the platform guarding this place. Another sage is going to the Mystic Zones. Why haven't I seen this sage before? Could it be that he had just advanced? He probably just advanced to the Immortal Realm. A new Immortal Realm? Is it Lord Xia from the Holy Land of Taichu? If it's Lord Xia, then it'll be incredible. It'll definitely shock the entire Tsangyue world. After all, who doesn't know his name? He advanced to the Immortal Realm after cultivating for only a few decades. His future is limitless. Everyone will try to curry favor with him. Shut up. Don't talk nonsense here. I've already verified his identity. It's not Lord Xia. His title is Fengdu. He seems to be a human individual sage. He hasn't joined any organization. Impossible. Do you see that spaceship? It's at least a mid-grade sacred artifact. It's priceless. Even ancient sages might not be able to afford it. This immortal sage probably has a strong background. Don't care so much. He's a sage. We can't afford to offend him. These guards discussed and gossiped about the identity of the newcomer. Of course, they were just using their divine sense to communicate and didn't say anything to let others know. They were just discussing in private. Chapter 2273. So, at this moment, Xia Ping arrived at Tsangyue World. He put away stars and it turned into a blade of grass that quickly fused into his body. Stars that had been upgraded to a medium-grade saint artifact had completely turned into a magic treasure. It had reached one with Xia Ping and could easily fuse into every corner of his body. Hello, Sage Fengdu. I am a staff member of Tsangyue World. At this moment, a staff member in black clothes immediately came forward. His attitude was very respectful. Through identity verification, he knew Xia Ping's title. Of course, it was just a title. He didn't know any other information. In fact, this also proved how important it was for Xia Ping to prepare a fake identity. If he arrived at Tsangyue World with his original identity, it would definitely attract countless people's attention. After all, Xia Ping's name was too famous. Many people called him a rare genius that only appeared once in a billion years. Even saints were paying attention to him and had high expectations. I want to enter the Mystic Zone. Where should I go? Xia Ping asked. Sage Fengdu, it's not far ahead. Follow this 10,000-kilometer-long tunnel. Once you reach the end, you will reach the transfer station of the Mystic Zone. There are 9 space tunnels built there. You can enter the Mystic Zone. The staff member in black clothes pointed at a huge glass tunnel. Okay. Xia Ping nodded. His body flashed and he immediately passed through the transparent glass tunnel. Soon he arrived at a vast plaza at the end of the tunnel. 9 huge spatial passageways had appeared around the square, each containing a tyrannical law of space. In midair, there were even more restrictive formations set up one after another. Even if an immemorial saint descended here, he wouldn't be able to easily shake this place. At this moment, there were many saints gathered around the plaza. There were also a few lightning tribulation realm cultivators. They probably wanted to try their luck in the Mystic Zone and find a chance to break through to Saint Realm. Although the Mystic Zone was dangerous, there were many fortuitous encounters too. For the future, these lightning tribulation realm cultivators would still give it their all. Of course, 90% of these people would die. Hey, newcomer. Hello, you came alone? At this moment, an undying saint in white clothes walked over and warmly greeted Xia Ping. Beside him stood 2 similarly young undying saints. Yes, I came alone. Xia Ping nodded. He had nothing to hide about this. I'm the Raindrop Saint from the Holy Land of Taichu. This is Goldwind Saint, also from the Holy Land of Taichu, and this is Dark Flame Saint, from the Palace of Darkness. The white-robed sage said his name and also introduced his other 2 companions. Goldwind Saint and Dark Flame Saint also nodded to Xia Ping as a greeting. My name is Fengdu, a loose cultivator. Xia Ping also said his name. A rogue cultivator? Waterdrop Saint was shocked. Amazing, I didn't expect Brother Fengdu to be a rogue cultivator. It seems you are really amazing. Goldwind Saint and Dark Flame Saint were also a little surprised. In the human world, 90% of those who wanted to become saints were from the Holy Land of Taichu or the Palace of Darkness. Another 5% came from ancient clans or mysterious ancient powers. The remaining 5% were unaffiliated cultivators. They did not have any background or influence, and there was a good chance that they were born on some primitive planet. However, through their own talents and various fortuitous encounters, they had managed to reach sempiternal realm. Such unaffiliated sages were very rare, but even one of them was extraordinary and brimming with talent. Of course, because they were unaffiliated cultivators, they had no background and did not receive the best training, which led to their combat power being far inferior to the sages from the human race's Holy Land. After all, the human race's Holy Land had all kinds of ancient sages to guide them, countless secret manuals for cultivation, and large amounts of resources. How could an unaffiliated cultivator compare to a regular army? Not to mention that the humans who could enter the human race's Holy Land were basically peerless geniuses. They were no less talented than the unaffiliated sages, and some were even stronger. I was just lucky. I had some fortuitous encounters and barely reached the sempiternal realm. Xia Ping said modestly, "This time, I came to the mystic area because I felt that my cultivation path had reached the end, so I went to the mystic area to look for opportunities to break through." Brother Fengdu is too modest. Even if you come from a sage family and have huge resources, there is only 1 in 10,000 who can reach the immortal realm, not to mention those unaffiliated cultivators with no background. It is simply unimaginable how difficult it is to stand out. Waterdrop Saint sighed. He was from a sage family, but he still felt it was difficult, not to mention those unaffiliated cultivators with no background. Indeed, the more you cultivate, the more difficult it becomes. Brother Fengdu, you can be considered an outstanding person to be able to fight your way out of countless difficulties and reach your current realm. Goldwind Saint also nodded. At their realm, there was no need to be arrogant, because the sages like them were basically peerless geniuses, and no one was inferior to anyone else. It was just like the top students of various universities who were admitted into Tsinghua University. Basically, every student was the top scorer or top scorer of their province. Everyone was a top student, and they were all on the same level, so how could they be arrogant? On the contrary, under such an environment, they felt more and more weak and ordinary, and their arrogance was completely obliterated. Indeed. After all, no one can be like Xia Ping from the Holy Land of Taichu, who reached the immortal realm after cultivating for only a few decades. His speed is unbelievably fast. Comparing oneself to others is really infuriating. Back then, I was trapped in the Thunder Tribulation realm for tens of thousands of years, and finally broke through after some fortuitous encounters. Dark Flame Saint sighed. That Xia Ping is indeed abnormal, but we can't compare with him. He's a monster that only appears once in a billion years. Who dares to compare with him? Waterdrop Saint shook his head. At first, I thought he might go to the mystic area to train since he had just reached the immortal realm, so I set out to try my luck and get to know him. It seems like I won't be so lucky now. Give up. Xia Ping has become a target of public criticism, and many races view him as an enemy. It is said that he is already on the bounty list of the monster race, elemental race, insect race, and other peak races. As long as he appears, he will be besieged and killed. Goldwind Saint waved his hand. If I were him, I wouldn't appear in the mystic area for a while. I would cultivate in the Holy Land of Taichu for a while, and only appear after the news has died down. Hearing this, Xia Ping was speechless. It seemed that he had completely underestimated his reputation. He didn't expect that a few immortal sages he randomly met would talk about him. One could imagine how famous he was among the other races. No wonder even his master was worried about his safety in the mystic area. Chapter 2274. Ahem. Xia Ping coughed and changed the topic. I want to ask why you guys are still waiting here. Why don't you use the spatial passages to reach the mystic zones? He looked at the raindrop saint and the others. Seems like it's Brother Fengdu's first time here. The reason is simple. These spatial passages aren't open all the time. In order to save energy, the spatial passages only open once every 3 days during peaceful times, regardless of the number of people. It only opened yesterday, so we have to wait here for 2 more days. I see. Xia Ping nodded. But there are 9 spatial passages here. Does each passage lead to a different place in the mystic zones? He wanted to learn more about the mystic zones. Although he already knew a lot of information from the Holy Land of Taichu, these sages were obviously old foxes. They might know something that wasn't shown in the information. Moreover, he was pretending to be a newbie who just arrived in the mystic zones, so it was normal for him to ask these questions. That's right. Goldwind Sage said solemnly, these spatial passages are separated into passages 1 to 9. Each passage leads to different dangerous places. Passage 1 is the least dangerous, suitable for undying sages to train there. Passage 9 is the most dangerous, requiring at least archaic sages to enter. He indicated that it was as Xia Ping said. Each spatial passage led to a different place. The mystic zones is a unique region of the universe. It's boundless, even larger than the north, south, east, and west regions combined. It's the true core region of the universe. Dark Flame Saint said, compared to the mystic zones, the other cosmos regions are just the outskirts, a remote and desolate place. The true essence of the universe and all kinds of treasures appear in this region. What's the situation in the mystic zones? Xia Ping asked. There are no planets in the mystic zones. There are only continents connected to each other. There are strange floating continents in the boundless void. Raindrop Saint explained, the distance between continents is extremely far. Sometimes, it takes hundreds or even thousands of years to travel by ship. Moreover, there are terrifying spatial storms that blow from time to time. Even immortal sages have to be careful when traveling between continents. One careless mistake and they will die in the spatial storms. Other than space storms, there were also many cosmic disasters, such as doomsday lava, stellar explosions, black hole explosions, dimensional tremors, and so on. Once these cosmic disasters occur, even sages will die, let alone other weak living beings. Therefore, other than sages, it is very difficult for other mortals to survive in this place. Hearing this, Xia Ping nodded. This information was similar to what he knew. The mystic zones were a special region of the universe that was dominated by continents. Each continent was a unique continent that nurtured countless treasures. However, the Raindrop Sage did not stop there. He continued to introduce the mystic zones. In the mystic zones, the areas that can be called continents have a diameter of at least 1 million light-years. The areas smaller than this number are called islands. These islands float near the continents. They are densely dotted with thousands of islands, but they are scarce in resources. The bigger continents are extremely frightening. Some of them are called the main continents. They have a diameter of over 100 trillion light-years and contain a huge amount of resources. Our human race has occupied 3 main continents in the mystic zones. He showed a proud expression. That was because among the many peak races, they could only occupy 1 main continent. Some powerful races like the insect race and the demon race could only occupy 2 main continents. However, the human race occupied 3 main continents. This was a unique force. Many races fought for hegemony in the mystic zones. In fact, they were fighting for the main continents, islands, and other territories. The more main continents they occupied, the more resources they would obtain and the stronger their race would be. However, if their main continents were taken away, their entire race would be exterminated. In fact, many races that were eliminated in the mystic zones returned to the normal regions dejectedly. Some even fled to the north, south, east, and west cosmos. Without sufficient strength, they could not survive in the mystic zones. Brother Fengdu. At this time, the Raindrop Sage looked at Xia Ping. After saying so much, I believe you know how terrifying the mystic zones are. This time, we immortal sages went to the first spatial passage. This place is only a remote place in the mystic zones. This place has very few resources. There are some islands everywhere, but there are not many experts. Most of them are immortal sages. Only a few near ancient sages would appear. This kind of place is very suitable for us immortal sages to train. Even so, if we are not careful, we might be exterminated by the enemy. Therefore, we need to form a small team. A small team? Xia Ping blinked and looked at the raindrop sage. Yes, a small team. The raindrop sage nodded. In fact, this is very normal in the mystic zones. It is too dangerous to be alone. Only by forming a small team and having companions to take care of each other can we increase our chances of survival in the mystic zones. In fact, Brother Goldwind, Brother Darkflame, we did not know each other before. We only got to know each other after coming here. Although we met by chance, we felt good together. Therefore, we decided to form a small team to explore the mystic zones together. What do you think? After saying this, the Raindrop Sage, Goldwind Sage, and Darkflame Sage looked at Xia Ping. After thinking about it carefully, Xia Ping felt that he was not very familiar with the mystic zones. Although his strength was comparable to a near-ancient sage, who knew what would happen in such a dangerous place like the mystic zones. If he was too arrogant, he would die in the mystic zones sooner or later. The first thing he needed to do was to familiarize himself with the situation in the mystic zones before making any plans. All right, then I will join you. Xia Ping agreed. Great, this is great. With Brother Fengdu joining us, we are like tigers that have grown wings. The Raindrop Saint and the others burst out laughing. They were very happy. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed. During these 2 days, many sages came to the plaza one after another. It was finally time for the spatial passage to open. Everyone. At this time, a manager flew over from afar. Time is up. The 9 spatial passages will open for an hour. I hope everyone can enter quickly. If you miss this time, you will have to wait for 3 more days. Boom. In an instant, as soon as he finished speaking, the 9 spatial passageways began to tremble. A huge screen of light that was thousands of kilometers long seemed to appear between the entrances. Whoosh, hearing this, all the sages on the plaza were delighted. They became spirited and walked toward the spatial passages. Xia Ping and the others also entered the first spatial passage. Chapter 2275. Boom, suddenly, the space around him changed. Xia Ping felt himself moving through the space tunnel. Finally, he arrived at another place. I've arrived at the mystic zone? Xia Ping soon found himself in another place. The first thing that entered his sight was a vast square. There were a large number of figures around the square, all of whom had reached the sempiternal realm and were emanating the aura of a powerful soul domain. What's going on? Such dense cosmic origin energy. Soon he sensed the place he was in. The surrounding void was filled with dense cosmic origin energy. Even the Taichu Holy Land could not compare to this place. He felt his magic power advance by leaps and bounds. If he cultivated here, his cultivation speed would be at least several times faster than the Taichu Holy Land. As for the other regions, the efficiency was at least several dozen times higher. Clearly, the immortal sages who had just arrived at the mystic zone had sensed this. They all looked excited. They could clearly feel the benefits of entering the mystic zone. Brother Fengdu, looks like you've sensed it. Raindrop Sage looked at Xia Ping and laughed. This is the mystical part of the mystic zone. It's closest to the cosmic origin energy, so the surrounding void is frightening. If you cultivate in the mystic zone, your efficiency will increase by at least several times. Cultivating here for a year is comparable to several years in other regions, or even decades or centuries. He sighed with emotion. If there was no such environment, how could it attract so many sages to cultivate here? How could it nurture treasures that could make even sages drool? I see. But why are there so many immortal sages on the plaza? Xia Ping looked around and found that there were 20 to 30,000 immortal sages on the plaza. This number was frightening. He never thought there would be so many immortal sages. Ah, Brother Fengdu, I was as surprised as you at first. Goldwind's sage laughed, but after careful investigation, I felt that it was only natural. Humans have existed in the universe for countless eras. Even if there is only one immortal sage every 10,000 years, the number accumulated over time is still frightening. Even though many undying sages had fallen due to battles, wars, accidents, and falling into dangerous situations, the number of undying sages that survived was still quite shocking. The reason why the other regions of the universe feel that sages are rare is because most of them have already gathered in the mystic zones and won't easily return to their original regions. At this point, he paused for a moment before continuing, of course, more importantly, the sages who have come to this human base are not just human sages. There are also many sages from other vassal races. There are billions of races that have attached themselves to our human race. Even if only one saint is born from each race, this number is more than the number of undying saints of our human race. He said that there were not only human sages in the base, but also sages of other races. I see. Xia Ping suddenly understood. The human race was one of the top races in the universe, so naturally, there were many vassals. If the weaker races wanted to survive, they had to rely on the wings of the top races. In fact, it was not only the human race. For example, the demon race, the elemental race, the dragon race, and so on, they also had many vassal races around them. Only then could they be considered as a huge force that formed the peak races. Of course, among the alliance of so many races, the human race had an absolute advantage in terms of military strength. After all, it wasn't the undying saints that decided the fate of the universe, but the high-level sages. An immemorial sage was something that even 100,000 undying sages couldn't compare to. Not to mention an invincible sage, even if many undying sages gathered together, they still wouldn't be a match. However, there are so many races that have attached themselves to our human race. How can we differentiate between friend and foe? Xia Ping asked. He felt that there were simply too many races in the universe, like a school of carps in the river. It was impossible to remember all of them. That's easy. Dark Flame Sage laughed. I believe you have a communicator on you too. It's installed with the human race's universe virtual network. There's also a function inside, called the War Support System. Every one of us logs into the universe virtual network, which is equivalent to registering our information with the human race. Those vassal races also have access to the universe virtual network. As long as the other party also has the universe virtual network installed, the system will immediately recognize them. After all, the demon race, elemental race, and other peak races don't dare to use our universe virtual network. So that's how it is. Xia Ping's eyes gleamed. With Dark Flame Sage's explanation, he understood the crux of the matter. The universe virtual network could be said to be the strongest technology of the human race. It was because of the universe virtual network that the human race was able to rise step by step until they finally became the peak race of the universe. After all, the universe was simply too vast. It was practically boundless. Even the distance between planets was inconceivable. If it was during the immemorial era, before the universe virtual network appeared, communication between humans wouldn't be this convenient. Sometimes, sending a message from the North Universe to the South Universe would take tens to hundreds of years, some even tens of thousands of years. In between, there might even be signal interference. However, the moment the universe virtual network appeared, it could instantly send messages. This increased the efficiency by countless times. This way, the strength of the entire human race was condensed into one. They would instantly know the news of every corner of the human territory. They would never be taken down by their enemies. The other races weren't so lucky. They didn't have the technology that the human race had. If it was just setting up a virtual network within 100 light years, they might be able to do it. However, to set up a virtual network that covered the entire universe without any delay was simply a fool's dream. This caused their communication methods to be outdated. They were far from being able to compare to the human race. Moreover, these peak races didn't dare to use the human race's virtual network. After all, The moment they logged into the universe virtual network, all sorts of information, intelligence, martial arts, and laws on them would be leaked out. After Xia Ping became a sage, he finally understood how powerful the universe virtual network was. It was simply the foundation of the human race's continuous prosperity. It was the foundation of everything. In fact, to obtain the secrets of the human race's universe virtual network, the various major races had been constantly probing. However, they still couldn't obtain any information. This was ultimately the human race's top secret. Chapter 2276. At this time, the commotion caused by Xia Ping's group's arrival attracted the attention of many undying sages. Look, some newcomers are here. It's true. I wonder what the quality of the newcomers is like. I hope they're strong enough. Newcomers, do you want to join our fierce tiger squad? I guarantee you'll have a good life. Hurry up and scram. Joining our hungry wolf squad is the best choice. Our squad will become stronger. One by one, the undying sages surrounded Xia Ping's group. They were very enthusiastic, hoping that these newcomers would join their squad. In fact, Xia Ping had received some information about the mystic zones before coming. In the mystic zones, sages would form squads with each other. Some squads were strong and had reasonable members, so their survival rate was naturally higher. Some squads were weak and had a low survival rate. Regardless, after many years of fighting, many sage squads would suffer some losses. They needed large amounts of new blood to make up for their squad's strength. Thus, these veterans were very excited to see so many newcomers entering the mystic zones. They wanted to find new teammates. Don't agree to these people. Let's leave first. Goldwind Sage transmitted his divine sense to let Xia Ping's group know. Xia Ping and Waterdrop Sage looked at each other and seemed to understand each other's intentions. They rejected the invitations of these veterans and expressed that they would not join any squads. They spent a lot of effort to squeeze out of the crowd and arrived at an empty space. Goldwind, why don't you agree to join those squads? With the experience of these veterans, it should be very beneficial for us to familiarize ourselves with the mystic zones. Waterdrop Sage asked curiously. No rush. Goldwind Sage waved his hand. We've just arrived, so how would we know which squads are good and which are bad? These enthusiastic people are probably all weak squads that lack members. Truly strong squads don't need invitations and don't lack members. Only by joining such squads can we have a place in the mystic zones. Thus, we'll stay here for now and observe carefully. It won't be too late to join when we find a suitable squad. There's no need to be so anxious. He felt that if they rashly joined a squad, they would only be cannon fodder. If they encountered some sages with ulterior motives, they wouldn't even know how they died. Although they were all humans, it wasn't the first time that they had killed each other. For the sake of treasures, sometimes sons would even kill their fathers, let alone others. Indeed, joining a team is equivalent to choosing a faction, choosing a side. This is a matter of life and death, so we can't be careless. We still want to establish a foothold in this place first. Dark Flame Saint agreed with this point. I have no objections. Let's stay here for a few days to understand the situation. Xia Ping nodded. A few days later, Xia Ping had finally settled down in the mystic zones. He chose a hotel to rest in and began to slowly understand the situation around him. First of all, the human base he arrived at was located in a remote corner of the mystic area. Everyone called this place the Stormy Sea area. Although it was called the Sea region, there was no ocean here. It was just a boundless void. Powerful cosmic storms surged everywhere. Just to make it easier to understand, this place was called the Sea region. This area of the sea was also very dangerous. Cosmic storms were blowing everywhere. If ordinary spaceships were careless, they would be easily torn into countless pieces. Even sages couldn't easily cross the sea region alone. The human base Xia Ping's group was a large island in the Stormy Sea region, Stormy Island. This island had a diameter of over 100,000 light-years. The human race occupied a total of 100 islands in the mystic zones. These places were also known as novice bases. Countless newly promoted sages would head to these novice bases for their first step of adaptation. Because the vicinity of these novice bases wasn't particularly dangerous, it wasn't the center of the struggle for hegemony. The intensity of the war wasn't that terrifying either. It was considered a mild buffer zone. One day, noon. Xia Ping, Waterdrop Sage, Goldwind Sage, and Dark Flame Saint gathered again and came to a restaurant for lunch. I thought I would be prepared for hardship after arriving in the mystic zones. I didn't expect the environment in Stormy Island to be so comfortable. Waterdrop Sage sighed. Although Stormy Island was a military base, it was no different from an ordinary city after years of construction. There were large amounts of entertainment and service facilities. Some were even more luxurious than the cities outside. It's comfortable, but it's also very expensive. Goldwind Sage shook his head. Just staying in a hotel on Stormy Island costs 10,000 universe dollars a night, 300,000 universe dollars a month. Moreover, the food was also very expensive, at least a few times more than the outside world. This was because many of the resources on Stormy Island were transported from other places, so the transportation cost was very high. The real treasures in this place can't be bought with universe dollars. They need to be exchanged with points. Goldwind Sage sighed. After entering the mystic zones, all sages, be it humans, vassal races, independent cultivators, or people from the human race's sacred land, would all become members of the human army. In the internal system of the army, there would be all kinds of precious treasures suitable for sages to cultivate. It was enough to make countless sages drool. However, they needed to be exchanged with points. Without points, they couldn't get any treasures. Moreover, these points were shared with the sacred land of Taichu, Palace of Darkness, and All Saints Palace. Indeed, although Stormy Island is huge, it's not easy to live here. Dark Flame Saint sighed. It shouldn't be too difficult. If we can kill a foreign race sage, we can immediately earn a lot of points. Xia Ping smiled. In the mystic zones, if they wanted to earn a lot of points, the most important way was to kill foreign race sages. The more they killed, the more points they would get. This was the real battlefield of the 10,000 races. The death of a foreign race sage would weaken their strength, and it would take a long time to make up for it. After all, it was also very difficult for sages to cultivate. If too many foreign race sages died, the balance of the war would be in favor of the human race. Therefore, in the War of the Mystic Zones, the fight for territory was not the most important. What was important was the number of sages. If a certain number of foreign race sages were killed, to the point where they could no longer guard the area, it would naturally become the territory of the human race. For hundreds of millions of years, the human race had killed step by step in this way. Every inch of the territory contained a large number of sages' blood and white bones. Chapter 2277. Kill a sage? That's difficult. Who wouldn't want to kill a sage if given the chance? But it's hard to do so. Do you really think that the sages of the foreign races are fools? How can they be killed so easily? Hearing this, the Raindrop Sage, Dark Flame Sage, and Goldwind Sage shook their heads with bitter smiles. Indeed, just as Xia Ping said, the best way to obtain a large number of points was to kill the sages of the foreign races. Killing an early-stage immortal sage would give one 10 million points. Killing an intermediate-stage immortal sage would give one 30 million points. Killing a late-stage immortal sage would give one 50 million points. Killing an early-stage immortal sage would give 100 million points. So on and so forth. The more powerful the sage killed, the more points one would obtain. If one followed the rules and slowly accumulated points, an immortal sage might not even be able to accumulate 10 million points in 100 million years. One could imagine how difficult it was to obtain points. The problem was it that easy to kill an immortal sage? After reaching the immortal sage realm, all of them had an immortal body. Even if they were left with only one cell, they could regenerate it. Killing an immortal sage was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Not to mention immortal sages of the same level. Even if both sides had great battle prowess, they could still escape if they couldn't win. Thus, over the past hundreds of millions of years, there were very few casualties between sages of the same level. Unless some immortal sages were unlucky and encountered experts of the near-ancient sage realm, they wouldn't be able to escape even if they wanted to. It's fine. Even if we can't kill them, we can still search for treasures and exchange them for points. Xia Ping smiled. Killing sages of the foreign races wasn't the only way to obtain points. At the same time, they could exchange some treasures that they didn't need for points and sell them to the human army. Of course, the purchase price was naturally lower than the market price. Right? Speaking of which, we have also stayed in Stormy Island for a few days. It's time for us to explore the island. There's no need to stay here and rot. The Raindrop Sage suggested. Stormy Island is surrounded by an extremely dangerous sea region. There might be many sages of the foreign races in hiding. If we aren't careful, we might be killed. The Dark Flame Sage said with a solemn expression. In the Stormy Sea region, there were many islands. The smaller ones were only 1 light year, while the larger ones were hundreds of light years. These islands were densely packed together, and there were at least tens of millions of them. Some of these islands hid a large number of precious treasures that even sages would drool over. Some of them were just barren places. No matter what, this sea region had a large number of secret treasures that were suitable for sages to cultivate with. However, the human race was not the only master of this sea region. There were also other powerful races. Their power in the Stormy Sea region was no less than that of the human race. These foreign race sages would also hide around these islands and hunt down human sages. After all, instead of searching for treasures on these barren islands, it would be better to kill a human race sage. This way, the chances of obtaining treasures would be higher, and they might even be able to obtain more treasures. Of course, the human race sages had the same idea. They often hid and hunted the sages of other races. As a result, this led to the entire Stormy Sea region becoming an extremely dangerous battlefield, with killing intent everywhere. It doesn't matter. The sages who stay in such a remote place like the Storm Sea area are at most peak immortal sages. Even if we can't beat them, we can still avoid them with our strength. If we are careful, we won't be killed. Goldwind Sage said in a deep voice. Indeed. Since we have all reached the immortal realm, there is no need to be too careful. Raindrop Sage also made up his mind. I don't have any objections. Xia Ping was very calm and courageous because of his skill. All right, let's set off tomorrow. Seeing that the other 3 didn't have any objections, Dark Flame Sage had no reason to object. Another day passed. Xia Ping and the others arrived at the assembly hall of Stormy Island. This was the only exit of Stormy Island. Many sages left Stormy Island from this place. At this moment, the Raindrop Saint waved his hand and pulled out an aqua-blue spaceship from his space ring. It was as translucent as a droplet of water and was covered in inscriptions of laws. To no surprise, it was a low-quality saint artifact. Let's set off on my raindrop. It is made of the universe metal water ripple gold. Even if we encounter an immortal sage's attack, it will be able to greatly weaken the opponent's strength. It will be like merging with the sea. Raindrop Sage proudly introduced his sacred spaceship. In order to build this spaceship, he had paid a huge price. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he had spent all his fortune. Xia Ping, Dark Flame Sage, and Goldwind Sage boarded Raindrop without hesitation and went to the resting hall of the spaceship. Let's go. Raindrop Sage waved his hand. Raindrop immediately flew out along the passageway of the base. After flying for millions of kilometers, they finally left this long passageway. Rumbles in the next second, Raindrop left Stormy Island and arrived in the cosmic void outside. With a beep, the virtual projection of the spaceship opened. The entire outer shell turned illusory and everything outside was displayed. Everyone looked behind and immediately saw the overall appearance of Stormy Island. Amazing! This is Stormy Island. Xia Ping's eyelids twitched. Even though he had seen many things, he was still shocked by the shocking scene in front of him. Raindrop Sage and the others weren't any better. The entire stormy island was extremely huge. It looked like a huge sun. It was boundless and one couldn't see the end of Stormy Island with the naked eye. Moreover, this island was wrapped in a huge golden energy shield. The thickness of this energy shield alone reached 100 million kilometers. It was terrifyingly thick. An all-out attack from an immortal sage wouldn't be able to shake the energy shield at all. Moreover, there were millions of turrets around the island. There were Star Destroyer cannons, spatial cannons, void cannons, law cannons, laser cannons, and so on. They were densely arranged and formed a three-dimensional war artillery system. If these artillery shells were fired at the same time, even a near-ancient sage would be blasted into pieces. One could imagine that the entire Stormy Island had been built into a real war fortress. Most of the area inside was used to build weapon systems, restrictive formations, and law patterns. However, after thinking about it carefully, this was reasonable. After all, this place was the novice base of the human race. It was connected to a void passageway and could directly lead to the hinterland of the human race. It was equivalent to a strategic fortress. If this place was lost, it would be equivalent to the human race losing a strategic point and a forward base. Such a loss would be disastrous. Chapter 2278. A few days later, Waterdrop was sailing in the void. It had left Stormy Island and entered the boundless void, freely traversing through this stormy sea region. Occasionally, they would encounter terrifying cosmic storms that could destroy the heavens and the earth. Fortunately, the Waterdrop was also a Saint-grade spaceship. It was extremely sturdy and fast, so it was able to avoid the destruction of these storms. Along the way, they were relatively safe and didn't encounter any danger. There are many wreckages around. Xia Ping saw the situation outside through the ship's virtual projection. He saw a large number of spaceship wreckage, meteorites, magic treasure fragments, and so on floating in the void. They were like large pieces of garbage, floating in the surroundings and acting as obstacles. Waterdrop was carefully avoiding these obstacles and slithering in a snake-like manner. It's said that there were countless battles in the vicinity of Stormy Island. There were even medieval saints who fell here. The Raindrop Saint said what he knew. Therefore, the nearby islands collapsed and turned into a large number of meteorite fragments, which drifted in the void. Moreover, the islands in the mystic zones are very cold and hard. Even immortal saints can't easily shatter them. They can also resist the space storms in this sea region. That's why there are so many wreckages. Look, there are many ship wreckages and artifact fragments. Maybe there are some treasures. Why don't we go and pick them up? Goldwind Sage suggested, pointing at the floating space trash. He felt that there might be a chance to find some secret treasures among them. Don't be silly. Dark Flame Sage waved his hand. If there were any treasures in these wreckages, they would have been plundered by other saints after billions of years. How could we get a chance? The things left behind are all trash that others wouldn't even want. If there really is a valuable universe wreckage, then we have to be vigilant. Perhaps this is a trap. Once we get close, we'll be ambushed. He felt that there weren't so many things to pick up in this world. There wouldn't be such a huge toad jumping on the streets. Moreover, this was the myriad race battlefield. It was extremely dangerous, so they had to be careful. Forget it, I was just saying. Goldwind Sage shrugged and said, but where are we going? Won't it be a waste of time to wander aimlessly like this? Don't worry. Raindrop Saint said in a deep voice. That area was still within the sphere of influence of our human race, so the sages of the alien races didn't dare to approach it. However, we've been sailing for several days and have completely left the safe zone of the human race. It's not strange for enemies to appear at any time. It doesn't matter even if we don't find any saints. We can totally land on some islands. It's said that there are many universal treasures on the islands. We can go there and plunder them. He said that they would be able to reach a place where some islands were clustered after sailing for a while. There is a small island up ahead. There might be treasures there. Let's go take a look. Dark Flame Saint suddenly pointed to a small island that seemed to have a diameter of more than 10 light years. Hearing this, the water drop immediately flew towards an island in the distance. Near an island, a fist-sized grayish-brown stone floated quietly in the void. It was a spatial artifact disguised as a small meteor. 5 peak immortal saints were gathered inside it. They were the sages of the elemental race. They were the water elemental race, fire elemental race, earth elemental race, metal elemental race, and wood elemental race. These 5 elemental saints were a powerful team of sages. They had cooperated for a long time. When the 5 elemental saints joined forces, they could immediately arrange a 5 elements battle formation. They could easily crush the enemy and exert several times their combat power. They looked like humans with heads, noses, mouths, hands, and feet. However, their bodies were condensed from elements and didn't have flesh and blood. For example, the water elemental race's body was condensed from liquid. The fire elemental race's body was condensed from flames. The metal elemental race's body was like metal people. They could easily change into other races' forms. They only had one elemental core in their body that supported all their power. Sure enough, when the 5 elemental saints joined forces and arranged the 5 elements battle formation, our power doubled and we were successful in every endeavor. This time, we easily annihilated a team of saints of the alien races. It's a pity that we didn't kill all of them and let some of them escape. The one who spoke was the fire elemental saint. His name was Delian. He looked very happy. It can't be helped. The immortal saints aren't that easy to kill. We were already very lucky to be able to kill 3 of them. After using all our trump cards, it's normal for a few of them to escape. The water elemental Saint Valadin smiled. He didn't think it mattered. Being able to kill 3 immortal saints of the alien races meant that they could obtain a huge amount of military merit, which was equivalent to a harvest of millions. Moreover, they could also obtain all the treasures on them. This was already a huge fortune. If they cultivated peacefully, they might not have such a harvest even after 1,000,000 years. This was a windfall. That was why the battlefield of the myriad races made them so crazy and unwilling to give up. The biggest contribution this time is Buteshi. If it wasn't for him discovering the team of the alien races and trapping them in time, I'm afraid most of them might have escaped. The metal elemental Saint Pat looked at the wood elemental Saint Strong. No. I just happened to be there. Without you guys joining forces, we wouldn't have been able to kill them. The wood elemental Saint Strong said modestly. All right, there's no need to be humble. Everyone has contributed to this. As long as we keep working together, this kind of harvest will be endless. That's right. Those alien races saints are simply our ATM. All right, same rules. The harvest this time will be divided equally among the 5 of us. The treasures that we don't want can be sold in exchange for military merit. The few elemental saints laughed. Their cooperation was very pleasant. Wait, it seems that a human saint is coming over here. A spaceship is flying over openly. Suddenly, the wood elemental Saint Strong spoke. He sensed something. Indeed. I've never seen this spaceship model before. Moreover, it's so brazen. It might be a rookie that just arrived in the mystic zones. The water elemental Saint Valadin's eyes revealed a trace of coldness. Rookies are great. The ones who die the most on the battlefield are these rookies. They have just advanced to the immortal realm and think that they won't die just because they have the immortal body. However, there are many ways to kill them on the battlefield. It's said that the human saints are rich. If we can kill one, we will definitely become rich. What are you waiting for? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Haha, I told you that we're lucky today. I didn't expect to encounter a few more human saints coming to die. God is really helping us. Trap them first. Don't let them escape. The few elemental saints were murderous. They looked at each other and immediately took action, flying out of the space artifact. Chapter 2279. On the water drop. I don't know what treasures there are on this island. It would be great if there are some rare treasures. Stop dreaming. I don't think there are any treasures on this desolate island. If there were treasures, it would have become a real battlefield long ago. Even the sages of ancient times would have appeared here. Don't say that. Maybe we are lucky and can find some treasures. The Waterdrop Saint, the Goldwind Saint, and the Dark Flame Saint were chatting casually. The atmosphere was very relaxed. Be careful, there's killing intent. All of a sudden, Xia Ping's eyes flashed with a frightening light. He activated the infernal Golden Crow's eye and saw through all illusions. No illusions could hide from him, and no enemy's tracks could be hidden from him. The moment the 5 elemental race sages came out of their spatial magic treasures, his consciousness, which was constantly monitoring the surroundings, immediately sensed them. Even though there was only a weak fluctuation in the void, it could not hide from him. What? Hearing Xia Ping's words, the Waterdrop Saint, the Goldwind Saint, and the Dark Flame Saint were also shocked. All the cells in their body immediately became alert. Although they were a beat slower than Xia Ping, they immediately sensed the terrifying killing intent in the depths of the void and the terrifying pressure that could topple mountains and overturn seas. It seemed that at this moment, a terrifying killing intent came from the depths of the island, piercing through the void and making their hair stand on end. They felt an unprecedented crisis. Rumble, in an instant, from the depths of the void, from all 4 directions, tens of thousands of terrifying energies blasted out. Their trajectories meandered and densely covered the void. These energies contain the power of the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. They condensed into a substance and seemed to communicate with the energy of countless dimensional spaces, intertwining with each other. However, these energies of the 5 elements did not directly attack Xia Ping and the others. Instead, they were distributed in the void within a radius of 100 million kilometers. In an instant, the energy lines intertwined with each other like the lines of laws. Finally, they formed a huge cage of 5 elements that covered a radius of 100 million kilometers. Under this cage, all spatial power seemed to be forbidden, forming an absolute domain. Damn, this is the cage of 5 elements. The elemental race sages have made a move. Those bastards want to trap us. Waterdrop Saint's expression changed drastically. He immediately knew that this was the famous 5 elements cage. It contained tyrannical power of laws that could even distort the void. Even undying sages couldn't escape from the cage in a short period of time. In the end, they could only be trapped and killed by the enemy. It was said that this was a supreme secret technique of the elemental race and was extremely powerful. Many human saints had fallen for it and died. Moreover, the elemental race was also one of the top races. Their strength was no less than that of the human race. One could imagine how powerful the elemental saints were. Where did those elemental race saints come from? Why didn't we discover them before? Goldwind Saint's expression was extremely unsightly. If they had discovered it in advance, they would not have been so passive and fallen into the enemy's trap. Earlier, they were probably hiding inside a spatial magic treasure. This magic treasure has the power to isolate divine sense, allowing it to disguise itself as a meteorite or something else. That's why we didn't notice them. Xia Ping voiced out his speculation. Get out, we can't stay on the Waterdrop and fight them. Dark Flame Saint immediately said. The Waterdrop Saint did not hesitate and immediately opened the cabin door of the flying ship, allowing Xia Ping and the others to quickly leave the Waterdrop. Although the Waterdrop was a low-grade sacred artifact, it couldn't withstand the attack of a sage. In an intense battle, the Waterdrop might even shatter. If that was the case, he would probably feel the pinch. No matter how much he lost, he wouldn't be able to make up for it. With a swoosh, Xia Ping and the others immediately appeared in the cosmic void. The Waterdrop Saint casually kept the flying ship. They are indeed human sages. There are 4 of them, and they are all at the sempiternal realm. We're too lucky. We really encountered 4 rookies. Kill these 4 fellows and we'll definitely obtain a windfall. Even that low-grade sacred artifact flying ship will be enough to make up for all our losses. Kill them. Don't give them a chance to call for help. End this quickly. With a few swoosh sounds, the 5 elemental race sages immediately appeared. They appeared at the top, bottom, left, right, and center respectively and attacked Xia Ping and the others at the same time. They did not hesitate and attacked ruthlessly. They also had no intention of chatting with Xia Ping and the others. Their attacks were filled with boundless killing intent. Damn it, it's over. How did this happen? Why are we so unlucky? We encountered 5 peak immortal sages the moment we left. The Waterdrop Saint's face turned pale. He could sense the terrifying killing intent from the 5 immortal sages and the battle-hardened aura from them. Not only did the other party possess superior strength and numbers, but they were also incomparable to rookies like them in terms of combat experience. The gap was extremely huge. Although they also had 4 immortal sages, the other party had 5. They were at an absolute disadvantage in terms of numbers. Call for help. Call for help immediately. Let the surrounding sages come and save us. The Goldwind Saint immediately said. No, I already sent out a signal just now. However, there are no sages within several tens of thousands of light years. Even if we call for help, they won't be able to arrive in a short time. The Dark Flame Saint gritted his teeth. He had sent out the signal from the very beginning. However, their allies were too far away. The Stormy Sea region was also huge. Even if the reinforcements arrived, they would need some time. During this period of time, they might not be able to hold on. Clearly, the 5 elemental sages had been fighting in the Stormy Sea region for a long time. They also knew that the human sages loved to surround and attack. Therefore, they would consider this point and end the battle as soon as possible to avoid being surrounded by the human sages. Xia Ping's expression was very calm. It was just 5 immortal sages. He was still rather relaxed. However, he wanted to see how strong the other immortal sages were. He was in no hurry to make a move. You want to call for help? Do you think we will give you a chance? Too naive. 5 elemental vipers, bite the void. The 5 immortal sages had malevolent expressions. They formed seals with both hands and activated the 5 elemental cage. The 5 elemental sages rapidly gathered and turned into vipers. They contained metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and other elemental energies. Moreover, there were too many vipers. There were billions of them. They densely covered the void. Rumble, these 5 elemental venomous snakes covered the sky and blasted toward the Raindrop Saint, Dark Flame Saint, Goldwind Saint, and the others. Each snake contained the power of a Star Destroyer cannon. Just one attack could easily tear apart a planet. Chapter 2280. You want to kill me? How could it be so easy? Sword Path Mystique. Raindrop Stone Piercing. Sensing the boundless killing intent in the depths of the void, Raindrop Saint bellowed. He immediately drew a low-grade sacred artifact blue longsword and used his Sword Path Mystique. He waved the longsword in his hand and condensed a massive amount of water magic power. Each sword chi turned into a water droplet. In a few breaths, there were billions of water droplets. Moreover, every drop of water contained a terrifying penetrative power, as well as the power of sharpness. Billions of water droplets represented billions of sword chi. They fused together and formed a sword path formation that blasted towards the 5 elemental race sages, tearing everything in its path apart. Tornado Remnant Snow. Goldwind Saint made a grabbing motion and also took out a low-rank Saint artifact, Earth Fiend Astral Fan. It was a golden fan with densely packed restrictive formations carved on it. It could communicate with the dimension of wind and contained a frightening astral wind power. Whooshed, he waved his hand and seemed to mobilize the baleful chi and astral wind of the world. They whistled and formed terrifying tornadoes that covered the sky and the earth, shaking everything within billions of kilometers. The tornadoes contained terrifying killing intent and kept slicing and tearing. They seemed to have turned into countless wind blades, slicing countless meteorites into pieces like a cutting machine. Every wind blade that erupted was extremely sharp, like the shocking sword chi of a peerless sword path expert. Dark Dragon Sky Splitting Fist. Dark Flame Saint wore a black boxing glove that looked like a dragon's head and emitted terrifying dragon might. The dragon's eyes were vivid and lifelike, as if they would come to life at any moment. This was his low-grade sacred artifact, Dark Dragon Glove. It was a powerful sacred artifact made from the scales of the Dark Dragon and could greatly increase the power of Dark Flame Saint's mystique. Don't. He stood in the void like a peerless martial path expert. His fists surged out of the sea. In an instant, the void within billions of kilometers was filled with densely packed fist imprints. There were at least 100 million of them. These fist imprints were extremely terrifying and seemed to be able to tear the world apart. They contained the Dark Dragon's power and were filled with terrifying true dragon flames that burned the void. When such a fist smashed down, the heavens shook and the earth trembled. It was as if the entire void was about to collapse. The three undying saints attacked at the same time, almost crushing the heavens and sweeping through the void. As for Xia Ping, he operated the Dark North body protecting skill, and countless layers of energy shields surged out of his body, layer by layer, as if forming a Kun Ping domain, and offset all the attack power. Bang bang bang. When these powers collided, they immediately produced an intense explosion. It was as if a planet had exploded, producing a world-shaking sound. Terrifying energy swept in all directions, shattering meteorites. If this was a battle on a planet, the planet would probably be shattered in an instant. The elemental snakes also crumbled under this power, turning into nothingness. As expected of the saints of the human race. You're powerful indeed. Even if you're a newly minted saint, your battle prowess is nothing to scoff at. However, you guys are still too inexperienced. We, the 5 elemental race saints, have joined forces to set up the 5 elements absolute killing formation. The power of the 5 elements is endless and indestructible. Let's see how you can block it. If it weren't for the fact that I'm worried about your human reinforcements, I would have exhausted you to death right here. Cut the crap. Kill them immediately to prevent any more problems. Attack. 5 elements palm imprint. Reverse heaven and earth. Submit. The 5 elemental race immortal sages were also shocked by the power of Xia Ping and the others. However, they were only slightly shocked. The 5 immortal sages had joined forces and set up the 5 elements cage. These immortal sages were like turtles in a jar. They formed hand seals and immediately mobilized the power of the 5 elements in the depths of the formation. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and other elemental powers circulated like a storm, turning into rivers that spanned tens of millions of kilometers. It could be said that this was the terrifying aspect of the elemental race. They were born with elemental bodies and could naturally use elemental powers. The power they could unleash was several times that of the human race. Especially when the power of the 5 elements fused, they could unleash their battle prowess several times that of before. Originally, their cultivation was high, reaching the peak of the sempiternal realm. At the same time, they had the advantage in numbers, and they had joined forces to set up a formation. This kind of battle prowess was much higher than the Raindrop Saint. Rumble. In an instant, palms condensed from the 5 elements appeared in the void. There were hundreds of millions of palms, like the hands of a giant, reaching out from the void. These palms attacked one after another as if they were swatting flies. There were thousands and thousands of them, and they slapped at the Raindrop Saint and the others fiercely. Bang! 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 The Raindrop Saint and the others were caught off guard. They were instantly sent flying like rubber balls. At the same time, a terrifying power vibrated in their bodies, producing a terrifying destructive power. Even though they resisted with all their might, there were just too many palms. Their magic power was rapidly depleting, and each attack consumed a portion of their power. Damn it. The Raindrop Saint clenched his teeth and swung his sword, destroying the palm imprints one by one. However, there were simply too many of them, and they were unending. If he made a single mistake, the palm would land on his body and cause him to cough up blood. How troublesome. Dark Flame Saint's face was gloomy. He tried his best to resist, but he was in the middle of the enemy's formation. Moreover, the 5 elemental race saints were elusive and could appear in any corner at any time. He couldn't find the enemy's true body. He could only passively take a beating. It was very sullen. Fortunately, his martial path magic was very powerful, and he could barely resist. Damn it, I can't get out. Goldwind's saint darted left and right. He turned into a breeze and tried to escape, but no matter where he went, he was trapped by the 5 elements cage. He couldn't escape. It was like a turtle in a jar. Moreover, the surrounding void was sealed. There was no way for him to escape. Not bad. Xia Ping's figure flickered. He used the Kunpeng steps and easily dodged the palms coming from the void as if he was taking a stroll. He didn't consume much energy. He was slowly comprehending the fighting style of the elemental race saints. Moreover, he used the infernal golden crow's eyes and saw the 5 elemental race saints standing in the depths of the void. He couldn't help but feel that these elemental race saints were indeed very mysterious. Their elemental body was also very powerful. Their entire body was composed of energy. Even if one of their limbs was cut off, they could quickly regenerate. It was impossible to harm their body. There were only 2 ways to kill an elemental race saint. One was to destroy their soul, and the other was to shatter their elemental core. Chapter 2281. Damn it, these human rookies have some ability. I can't even injure them with this. One of them is very strange. He's only dodging and not attacking. He seems to be observing us. Is he trying to find out where we are and counterattack? Counterattack my ass. How can this brat counterattack? Don't be a fool's dream. Don't be careless. The human race has endless magic treasures. Who knows what trump cards he has? Even if he's just a sempiternal initial stage rookie, we have to be careful. Even a lion will go all out against a rabbit. That's right. Don't be stingy. Use your trump card and kill them. The 5 elemental sages exchanged glances. They immediately paid more attention to Xia Ping's group because they could feel the threat from the 4 immortal sages. They were especially wary of Xia Ping. This human seemed to be giving off an unfathomable aura. Divine ability, 5 elemental flowing light. The 5 immortal sages of the elemental race roared and formed hand seals to activate the 5 elemental formation. Rumble. Immediately, countless elemental powers vibrated. One elemental river after another pierced through the void, connecting to countless dimensional worlds. A huge amount of energy poured down, shaking the void. In the blink of an eye, these elemental energies transformed into beams of light, forming millions upon millions of beams. They were so dense that they practically covered the entire space, leaving no gaps. Damn it! The expressions of the raindrop sage and the others changed. They sensed how terrifying these rays were. They contained a sharp power that could pierce through everything. Even low-grade sacred tools would find it hard to block them. Without saying a word, they immediately activated their divine abilities in an attempt to block them. Bang! 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 One after another, the elemental rays bombarded the bodies of the raindrop sage and the others. Immediately, they felt their magic power depleting rapidly. Layer after layer of restrictive formations weakened. At this moment, the raindrop sage couldn't help but scream. Due to a moment of carelessness, his arm was pierced by an elemental ray. A large amount of blood splattered out. Under normal circumstances, such an injury would be nothing. However, when his arm was injured, the black aura attached to the elemental ray seemed to have a life of its own and immediately drilled into the wound. Damn it, what is this? Not only Raindrop Sage, but Goldwind Sage's right leg was also pierced by an elemental ray due to a moment of carelessness. A large amount of blood spurted out. For a moment, he felt a terrifying poison invading his body. As if it had a life of its own, it instantly entered the depths of his soul and was corroding it. Immediately, he felt as if his body had been splashed with sulfuric acid. His soul was being corroded, producing a large amount of thick smoke. This kind of pain was simply unimaginable, as if his heart was being torn apart. What frightened him even more was that his immortal body couldn't do anything. his soul was rapidly weakening, and the power in his body was rapidly declining. Damn it! This is a rare poison of the universe, the whirling calamity poison. It specifically targets the soul. Once one is infected by it, the entire soul will rapidly collapse, and without an antidote, one will die for sure. Dark Flame Saint also cried out because he had also been hit. In a moment of carelessness, a wound had appeared on his face. Just a single wound was enough to cause the poison to attack the heart. What? Whirling poison? Hearing this, Raindrop Sage and Goldwind Sage's faces turned deathly pale, revealing a look of despair. Sages with immortal bodies were usually very difficult to kill. Even if only one cell remained, they could quickly recover. However, this didn't mean that immortal sages were truly unkillable. There were many strange things in the universe that could destroy immortal bodies and kill immortal sages. One of them was the famous whirling calamity poison. This was a poison specialized in corroding and destroying the soul. Even a little bit of it would cause the soul to collapse. The entire soul would rapidly corrode and eventually collapse, resulting in death. Many immortal sages were terrified of the whirling calamity poison. Countless immortal sages had died to this poison over the countless years. Of course, if there was Een in the universe, there would definitely be Yang. This poison was not without an antidote. The problem was that no one had the time to take the antidote in such an intense battle. Therefore, if one was infected by this poison during battle, one would almost certainly die. Therefore, after hearing that they were infected by the whirling calamity poison, Raindrop Sage and the others revealed an expression of despair. They didn't expect to encounter such a calamity when they had just emerged. Haha, fools, humans are really fools. Previously, you all thought that we wouldn't be able to kill you. After being infected by the whirling calamity poison, you all will die without a doubt. So what if you have an immortal body? This isn't a guarantee of immortality. Youngsters, learn well. However, I reckon that you all have no future. You will die today. The whirling calamity poison is a priceless treasure. We spent a lot to exchange for this treasure. You rookies will die a worthy death. The 5 elemental sages laughed heartily. After being infected by their whirling calamity poison, these human sages would die without a doubt. There was no hope for them. The previous sages of the foreign races were also killed by them like this. Thinking about killing these human sages, not only would they obtain a large number of treasures, but they would also obtain a large number of military merits. They couldn't contain their joy. This time, they would truly become rich overnight. Fengdu, you haven't been poisoned yet. You can still be saved. Run, I'll cover for you. The Raindrop Sage turned around and shouted at Xia Ping. Fengdu, I really didn't expect that we would have to part ways today. I thought that I would be able to fight alongside you all for billions of years. Run, but remember to bring reinforcements and help us take revenge. Otherwise, I won't be able to die in peace. The Goldwind Sage's eyes revealed boundless hatred. He stared at the 5 elemental sages and gnashed his teeth. He knew that he would definitely die this time. Xia Ping hadn't been poisoned yet and could still be saved. Therefore, he planned to cover for Xia Ping so that he could escape alone. Fengdu, these are some of my treasures. They are all in my spatial ring. I only hope that after you leave, you can help me take care of my clansmen. This is also my last request. The Dark Flame Sage transmitted his divine sense in an attempt to make arrangements for his funeral. He knew that he couldn't escape this time. Only Xia Ping had a chance to live. However, he still had many things to worry about. At this moment, he could only rely on this person whom he had met by chance. Bullshit, you want to escape for revenge? Dream on. Don't even think about escaping. All of you will die here. This will be your burial ground. The 5 elemental sages were brimming with killing intent. They naturally knew that weeds would grow again if they didn't remove the roots. They absolutely wouldn't give these human sages any chance to escape. All of them had to die. Chapter 2282. Die. The 5 elemental sages all stared at Xia Ping, their killing intent surging. The other 3 human sages were all poisoned. Even if they ignored them, they would die for sure. This human was the only one who had not been poisoned yet, so he had the best chance of escaping. Therefore, if they could kill this human sage, all the humans would be wiped out. Rumble, they attacked from all 4 directions, controlling the elemental energy to transform into terrifying cold rays of light. They covered the sky and the earth, almost covering the entire area. Clearly, they wanted to completely seal off all of Xia Ping's escape routes. The void contained endless killing intent. It was as if the surrounding hundreds of millions of kilometers were boiling, setting off an energy storm. Swoosh! At this moment, Xia Ping moved. His figure flashed, and he took a step forward. Like a phantom, he easily merged into the void, instantly disappearing from the enemy's vision. Next, he appeared out of thin air tens of kilometers away. What? How can he be so fast? The 5 elemental sages were immediately shocked. They could clearly sense waves of spatial fluctuations around them. It was as if this human had comprehended the laws of space. His speed was so fast that even their divine senses could not detect it. In the blink of an eye, he had escaped from their attack range, and all of their attacks landed on thin air. Kill! Xia Ping took out the Hell Spear. A terrifying power of hell surged out from the depths of his body. The surroundings were filled with the power of the underworld, and a powerful spiritual domain enveloped the area, covering tens of light years. At this moment, the 5 immortal sages felt that the environment of the universe around them had completely changed. They had fallen into a boundless hell. Countless evil spirits and demons tore at them crazily. They were surrounded on all sides. Hell-suppressing demon spear, second move, massacre. A killing intent from hell surged out from the tip of the spear. Countless characters of hell appeared on the spear, forming into lines of scriptures of hell that communicated with the origin power of hell. These characters of hell seemed to have come to life. They rapidly wriggled and appeared at the tip of the spear. They gathered together with the power of hell and fused with each other, giving birth to a terrifying massacre energy. The hell spear was a powerful weapon used by the prison guards. It was used to kill evil spirits, demons, and even gods and demons. One could imagine how powerful its attack was. On top of that, Xia Ping's cultivation had already reached sempiternal realm advanced stage, allowing him to wield a frightening amount of energy. This spear strike was far more fearsome than any of his previous strikes. The first to bear the brunt was Saint Pater of the Metal Elemental tribe. He was the closest to Xia Ping, but he couldn't react at all. This was because the spear's speed was so fast that even divine sense couldn't capture it. By the time it realized it, the spear had already pierced through its body. Pater, the metal elemental saint, widened his eyes. There was a look of horror, shock, unwillingness, and disbelief in the depths of his pupils. He couldn't imagine that he was hit by a human saint's spear. The power of this spear was extremely terrifying, and it contained the terrifying power of slaughter and hell. It passed through his body and spread to every part of Pater's body. It even seeped into his soul, causing it to shatter inch by inch. With a bang, the metal elemental saint, Pat, didn't even have time to scream. The elemental core in his body was instantly shattered. His entire body disintegrated and was completely torn apart. And the metal elemental Saint Pater died just like that. Pater! Strong, the wood elemental saint, shouted angrily. His eyes were wide open. He had the best relationship with Pater. They had known each other for hundreds of millions of years, and their relationship was deeper than family. Originally, he thought that he could still live until the day he withdrew from the war. However, he didn't expect that Pater would actually die now. He was stabbed to death by this human in front of him with a single spear strike. He couldn't even struggle. Bitch, how dare you kill Pater? I won't forgive you. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to make you die without a burial place. Delian, the fire elemental saint, had a bad temper. He shouted angrily, and a wave of anger surged from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. Obviously, Pater's death had greatly stimulated him, making him feel an unprecedented anger. Kill him. We must kill him. We can't let him escape. activate the great array and blast him into pieces. Valadin, the water elemental saint, and the earth elemental saint were both gnashing their teeth. They originally thought that this operation was foolproof. It was indeed smooth at the beginning. First, they used the 5 elements cage to trap this group of human saints. Then, they consumed the power of these human saints. Then, they took advantage of their unpreparedness and used the whirling poison to quickly kill the 3 human saints in front of them. In the end, there was only 1 human saint left. Just one. They thought that it would be extremely easy to deal with him. It was like drinking tea or eating a meal. Who would have thought that such a change would happen? This damn bitch pretended to be a pig to eat a tiger. She made Patter relax. One face-to-face, just one face-to-face, and she actually stabbed Patter, the immortal saint of the metal elemental race, to death. What kind of joke was this? How could they allow this damned human saint to live? They had to kill him and tear him into pieces to avenge Patter. Xia Ping didn't care about the anger of these elemental saints at all. They dared to ambush him, so they had to be prepared to die. Could it be that they were allowed to kill others, but others were not allowed to kill them? There was no such logic in the world. How stupid! With the hell spear in his hand, he was like the god of the underworld descending. Without giving them any chance to rest, he attacked again. Hell Demon Suppression Spear's third style, Creation. The hell spear moved like dragons and snakes. Like a reincarnation brush, it drew out many trajectories. Hell worlds appeared in the void one after another, as if they had turned into pictures of hell. However, the mountains and rivers inside these pictures of hell contained peerless murderous intent. It was as if they were connected to the source of hell, causing all the power of hell to burst out at the same time. Boom! The pictures of hell crushed down like the scriptures of hell. Every picture emitted terrifying and condensed power of hell, suppressing the void as if the god of hell had descended. From the depths of these pictures of hell, thousands of sharp blades of hell gushed out. It was as if countless prison guards were born from the void and resurrected from the chaotic era. The power of this attack was extremely terrifying. The wood elemental saint, Strong, and the immortal saint, who were standing at the front, were caught off guard. Their bodies were instantly penetrated by countless sharp blades of hell. Dong dong dong. Immediately, they let out shrill screams. These sharp blades that contained the power of hell directly penetrated their souls and instantly tore them into pieces. The 2 peak sempiternal realm elemental saints died on the spot. The elemental cores in their bodies were immediately shattered into pieces. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.